Got it. Being live streamed.
You get back host?
No, not yet. Because I'm Lee, I got your fan. I don't have host yet, Chris.
Yeah, that's it. Real African thing. Again, I come from too.
Okay. Give thanks. It's being live streamed. I just need a host.
I don't know. I don't know if you give back the host now.
Take your time.
As usually I come out to do that. So white word no.
Pastor Love.
Blessed love. I really need you to figure it out.
Yeah, but I'm really
always doing this.
It's saying that you're still host.
Yeah. I don't know.
I tell leave and come back in.
Yes, my lord.
I don't know how to transfer the host.
Well, you did it just a minute ago. You done it all the time.
I went out and come back
Did
in.
you?
And then
Did you
live...
go to the 3 little buttons down bottom?
Yes. Meeting.
Bless.
Blessed love, my lord.
Anytime if I ring it, that lick out the volume. That's why I had to
go
in.
Not near saying give it back host Rasta.
Bless the Lord, my Lord and Majesty.
My Lord.
Papa Okito on there?
Yes, Honorable, I am here.
Papa Okito, when you close, when you finish your 3 and 4, what's your last words?
3 and 4, you mean about the
After 3 and 4, I had to come in with 5 and 6.
Okay, Battle of Adwa.
What's the key?
Oh, the scramble for
Blessed
Africa.
love.
The scramble for Africa, after I finish, I would say to be continued by Honorable Priest Aswan.
All right, no problem. That's all. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Blessed love to one and all. Patricia, you were saying something?
No, my lord, I was speaking to Priest Rossavana.
Thank for the whole team on board, you know. May God bless and keep us and humble our nerves and calm ourselves, and with the confidence of Ethiopia, we will just
I try everything. I don't see how weird it is.
And if I come out, I might shut you all off.
No, if you are not host, if I am host, you won't shut them off.
Okay, let me come out.
I believe the host, whosoever is host, can authorize others to share screen, you know, so you probably could authorize others to share screen.
Princess host now.
Yeah, so I'm saying if he's host, he can activate other persons to share screen. I think if you look on the share options, the host can have the option to share screen. So that way, you know, Empress Trisha can share her screen.
Empress,
can you see my screen?
Yeah, but it's not into live stream.
You're seeing your screen now.
You have a live stream it from around by you right now. I
No,
don't
it's
know.
live streaming right now, my lord. It's live streaming. It's live streaming.
Give thanks.
I'm not
Yeah.
host, but it's live streaming.
I still a participant, so you gotta be host. I just chose participant. Check it. Because I'm seeing your screen, you know. So that means you are
No, I choose to share my screen.
okay.
All right, so honorable priest, first of all, probably you can mute so we can know which one is the host and which one is not, because we see two.
I'm changing the name. I'm changing the name.
Okay, honorable priest Rasavana has muted his, so you are host now, Empress.
Okay, if you notice on
Council of
my
Elders.
screen,
You're
it says Council of Elders.
So you are now
my
the
lord.
host, Empress. All right, we're good to go. Blessed Lord.
Yes, Majesty.
I'm not hearing anyone loud because I don't know what's going on with my speaker either.
I can hear you. Perfect.
I hear you loud and clear as well.
Hearing it perfect. Start the music.
Yeah, but I'm not hearing all the item properly.
Empress, you could use a headphone.
Can't use a headphone, you will see that.
Okay.
You know that way? And I don't
Blessed
really
love.
want to speak.
Blessed love royal family, my Lord and Empress. Is blessed greetings and love.
You start the music yet, Empress Trish?
Nah,
Blessed love.
give me 1 second.
We're about to start the program. Love. So everyone else could mute their mic and allow the host to resume.
I was saying blessed love to the family.
Blessed love, Mama.
Blessed love, Empress. Blessed love, Empress, Royal Empress, Queen Mother. Give
We are in
thanks.
the watch, everyone.
Give thanks.
ጎጃም አበባ ነው አገሩና ሰው መች ይለቃል ፍቅሩ ጥንትና አንድ ነው ውብ አበባ ነይ ነይ ውብ አበባ ደግሞ እንደ መስከረም አንቻለ ውብ አበባ መንገሻ ይጠየቅ ማን እንደሳመረው ጎጃን ፈጠረው መቼም ምን ከኔ የለው ውብ አበባ ነይ ነይ ውብ አበባ ደግሞ እንደ መስከረም አንቻለ ውብ አበባ መንገሻ ይጠየቅ ማን እንደሳመረው ጎጃን ፈጠረው መቼም ምን ከኔ የለው በለው ሐምሌ እንኳን ሲዳምን ተልብተሽ አይጨልም እንደ ፈቃሽ ኖሬ ብሎሻል ዘላለም አላየው ሲዘሩ ካፈሩ ቀላቅለው አደርን ከማኛው ማነው ያበቀለው አበልጣይ ቀልቅቦችም ዋለለው ከቶ ማነለ የሚጠለው አበልጣይ ቀልቅቦችም ዋለለው የፍቅር ወገር የታደለው ጎምላሌ ረና ጎምላሌ ረና ጎምላሌ ረና ጎምላሌ መቆማለንማ ሰርተው ሲጨርሱ መቆማለን ማኛን ከቦታ ሲያደርሱ ይቅር ላረግማ ለማፈር ማረሱ መርጦ የሚዘራ ሸጋ ወላጅ ነጥሎ የሚጥል ጀግና ነው እንጂ ከጀግናም ጀግና ሀገር ያወቀው ጎጃም አይደሎይ ፀሐይ ያወቀው እንዲበል እንጃበል እንጃበል እንባበል እንዲበል እንጃበል እንጃበል እንባበል ውብ አበባ ነይ ነይ ውብ አበባ ውብ አበባ ደሞ እንደ መስከረም አንቻለ ውብ አበባ መልክሽ አይተኛት ማን እንደሳመረው ጎጃን የፈጠረው መቼም ምን ከሌለው ውብ አበባ ነይ ነይ ውብ አበባ ውብ አበባ ደሞ እንደ መስከረም አንቻለ ውብ አበባ መልክሽ አይተኛት ማን እንደሳመረው ጎጃን የፈጠረው መቼም ምን ከሌለው በለው የአባትሽ ምንሽር እየተወለወለው የለመውን ሳይጥል የማይወላውለው አለ እንጂ የኔ ልብ ለስሙ ደንዳና የሚብረከረከው መጣኝ ሲባል ገና ውበት አንስቶ ዘርቢ መድርሽ ጎጃም ባህሉ አደነቀሽ መቼው ባንገትሽ አገር ይግረመዋ ጭፈራውማ አባትሽ ነው ጎምላሌ ረና ጎምላሌ ረና ጎምላሌ ረና ጎምላሌ ጎምላል ጎምላል ሲል ምድር ያስጨንቃል ለወግ ለባህሉ እስከ ጎጃም አናውቃል ጭፈራ እንደ ጎጃም የት ሀገር ይደምቃል ለደስታ እንዲህ ነው ጎጃም ዘፈኑን ግባና አዝንበው የጎዛምኑን ነባራዊ ጭስ ናባሶ ሊበን ምድር ትጠበብ እንደምታከበን እንዲበል እንጃበል እንጃበል እንባበል እንዲበል እንጃበል እንጃበል እንባበል እንዲበል እንጃበል እንጃበል እንባበል ያዝባዞ ደምቀው እንግዲህ ግባ ደግሞ ተሰልቀው ያዝ ሸበል
Honorable Chair.
I'm a mic. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Welcome, one and all. This moment we like to call for reference in the virtual court of King David, 4 wings. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy One of creation. As Jah was in the beginning, it's now and ever shall be, Jah world without end. Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. To the work, ye are servants of our God. Let us follow the path that our Master have trod. With the balm of Jah comes our strength to renew. Let us do it with our hands, what our mind tell us to do. Work in salvation and the ends of the earth. Man of right is woman of right is God, is said the Lord our God. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren and sisters, unity and love. It's like the precious ointment upon our head I went unto our bed. He ran Aaron's beard that went down unto the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, as the dew that descended upon the mountain of Zion, from where the Lord commanded his majesty blessings, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God Selassie, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah, who seated inside and reign the hearts of all flesh. O thou most high, eternal Father, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord. Keep and sanctify us all. And cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari. They that put their trust in true and living God shall be like Mount Zion. It cannot be removed, but abideth forever. I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
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 We like to continue reading from Psalms 87, glory be to our Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy One of creation. As Jah was in the beginning, is now and ever shall be, Jah will without end, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks for life, and the life giver lives in us all, the Black Christ. Give thanks for this Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, Church of True Divine Salvation. People stand governmental, churchical, statical, and sabbatical. With our worthy leader, our president, our God and King, the 3 in 1 and the 1 in 3. Marcus I, Selassie I, Emmanuel I, Jah, Rastafari. We give thanks, for this moment, my Lord and Empress, that we can, welcome everyone into this program. We give thanks for the Black Christ in flesh, mighty Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, who come and stand the Lord's servant, a man, Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Royal welcome to each and every one. 4 wings of earth in the first shadow. I am the Honorable Priest Ainsley of Zion, Chairman of the Bobo Ashanti Council of Elders. It is with great pleasure that the Council of Elders welcome all to this Ethiopian New Year's program. This afternoon, the cast of royal presenters will attempt to take you on a Sankofa, going back in time to gain greater insight into the origins of I Rastafari tradition. We hope that the journey will be a fulfilling one, empowering all in attendance with impactful information. It would be a wise thing to even get a notebook and a pencil. Buckle up your seatbelts and get ready for an exciting and edifying journey into the hills of Abyssinia. Once again, give thanks, my Lord and Empress, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. At this moment, we'd like to hand it over to the Honorable Chair, Royal Leading Priest, Priest Lamont, my Lord and Majesty. Bless.
Blessed greetings to one and all kings and queens of the Most High. I'm just giving thanks for this honorable privilege of, participating in this wonderful program. I am Honorable Priest Norman Lamont, co-chair of the Council of Elders of the EABIC. And as the Honorable Chair has so professionally welcomed you all, I just want to compliment his welcome and say how grateful we are that you are in our listenership at this time via the extended courts of King Emmanuel, stretching across all ambit of the globe. And I do give thanks and hope to full joy all ones this afternoon's program of knowledge and understanding, that we can gain truth and facts to help us in the future. Welcome to all in the listenership, my Lord and Empress. I now turn to the honorable host.
Honorable Secretary.
Where is it?
Honorable Secretary Nicole.
Blessed Love. Give thanks, Honorable Priest Lamont, for such inspiring. Salam no salam ni. Indemina no volachu. Indemina anovu. Blessed Love. Greetings and welcome to everyone. The Royal Council of Elders Production is proud to present this evening's program, a transfer into the past to gain a better perspective of the present, going back to our roots of our tradition. This evening's presentation is also in celebration of the Ethiopian New Year, recently passed on the 12th of September. The Council of Elders hopes that by the end of the program, I and I all will have gained knowledge and insight which will serve to advance the understanding of I and I, allowing for better relationships and progressive development among the Rastafari family and the global human family. Knowledge is empowerment, truth is freedom, and love is the antidote for human conflict. So without further delay, please get ready to strengthen your faith, liberate your mind, and heal your spirit as we invite our first presenter to the platform. Please welcome the Honorable Empress Trisha. Give thanks, my Lord and Master.
Empress Trisha. Royal Empress Trisha.
Blessed Love. Oh, give thanks, Honorable Empress Nicole, and welcome Abayi Ashe to our Royal Council of Elders, and welcome to our listening and viewing virtual audience. Welcome to our Ethiopian New Year celebration. Continuing reading. The Ethiopian people are the keepers of time, living by their own calendar, which has 13 months. The first 12 months consist of 13 days. The first 12 months consist of 30 days, with the last month, the 13th, consisting of 5 days in a common year and 6 days in a leap year. This calendar was called the Bahir Hassab, while the rest of the world uses the Gregorian calendar, which is 8 years ahead of the Ge'ez or Coptic calendar, which was called a solar calendar. Ethiopia has kept with its tradition. The origins of the September 11th Ethiopian New Year celebration are expressed in several folklores. One such story speaks of the Queen of Saba, also known as the Queen of the South, who made a visit to Jerusalem to see King Solomon. Upon returning to her kingdom, her constituents of September 11th presented her with jewelry as gifts, establishing the Enkuntatash celebration, which also is interpreted as the gift of jewelry celebration. In the Kibra Nagast, the glory of the kings, it is written that the Queen of the South visited King Solomon, who presented the Queen of Saba with precious jewels. The constant in these stories is that the Enkuntatash celebration was established after the visit and is based around a gift of jewelry. According to scriptures, God created the world in the month of September, thereby giving the month spiritual significance. The Ethiopian New Year is a symbol of the visit of Queen Makeda to Jerusalem, where she was entertained by King Solomon. Subsequently, Ethiopian people the world over remember this historic visit from which an heir to the Solomonic dynasty was conceived. Long live the Queen of the South, Omega I, Jah Rastafari, to be continued.
Salamanate, Amisek, and Ali. Give thanks, Honorable Empress Teacher. Salam no salam no. Indemanawo, Ikabarik Kuku, Nigusawi, Bisa. Blessed love royal family. It is with great pleasure that I formally introduce to you Sawadeju Negis Ina, our beloved Queen Mother, affectionately known to I as Mama or Mother Miriam. Queen Mother Miriam is a leading elder stateswoman of the Woman Freedom Liberation League. Mother Miriam is one of the eldest matriarchs among the female membership of the EABIC. She's the soul and conscience of the Council of Elders. She fulfills the role of our ancestor, who is known for playing her timbre. As a songbird, Queen Mother Miriam is called upon to lead gatherings in songs, choruses, and hymns of praises, as she has a long and lengthy catalogue of songs and chants. Mama Miriam brings a motherly nurturing and spiritual intuitiveness to the Council of Elders, enriching its value at age and centering its purpose. In other words, keeping the members on task and in the right trajectory to fulfill the original mission of the EABIC. A strong African woman who has endured more than her portion of tribulation, Mother Miriam, through some of the worst of times, finds the strength to always give a word of encouragement and support for those trying to make a difference in this chaotic and confused world. A true woman of beauty, a true example of the mother of creation, a true warrior queen. I now share with you our beloved Queen Mother, Miriam, to perform to the platform, to sing the chorus, Dipped in Your Box, in the Ethiopian way, and Kwande Anamati, Sawadeju Ligat Inat, welcome our beloved Queen Mother, Mama Miriam. Give thanks, my Lord and Master.
Oh, give thanks, Honorable Empress Nicole, Secretary of the Elders of Council. Give thanks for such a wonderful introduction, my beloved sister, and blessed love to each and every one. Deep in a bucket in the Ethiopian well, I say full up your bucket to the brim, Mount Zion. Deep in your bucket in the Ethiopian well, I say full up your bucket to the brim. With love, with love, with love, sweet love, with love, with love, in the Ethiopian well. Tony, I say deep in your bucket in the Ethiopian well. I say full up your bucket to the brim, Mount Zion. Deep in your bucket in the Ethiopian well. I say full up your bucket to the brim. with love, with love, with love, sweet love, with love, with love in the Ethiopian well. Makosai, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks. Give thanks, Honorable. You know, as I turn, it's great pleasure to announce, to bring to you this afternoon the auspices of this wonderful program. There are Honorable Prophet Okito and the Honorable Empress Hosanna. They are our junior elders of the Elder Council. So with great pleasure, I hand over to you, the hosts of the program. Honorable Prophet Kito, please take it away, my Lord, and do your thing. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed love, Royal Empress. Give thanks, Royal Empress, Queen Mother Miriam. Thank you so much for such a wonderful singing of the chorus, you know, dip in the bucket to the Ethiopian well. Give thanks and praises. Yes. Blessed love, one and all. Give thanks. I am Prophet Okito Lamont. Thanks everyone for your attendance. I am grateful to co-host this program today with our Honorable Empress Hosanna. Honorable Empress Hosanna, you know, she is a powerful goddess among us who is fervent in the faith of Rastafari, and I am very pleased to be sharing this space with her on our second webinar event for this year. This is another production of the Council of Elders of the Ethiopia-Africa Black International Congress. Honorable Empress Hosanna will be doing a presentation on the Women's Freedom Liberation League of the Ethiopia-Africa Black International Congress for us today. So, without further ado, beloved Empress Hosanna, please take over. Blessed love. Honorable Empress Hosanna, blessed love.
Unmute your
Is
mic.
everyone hearing my mic?
My Lord and Empress. My Lord and Empress, heart of love and give thanks, Prophet Okito. I give thanks to everyone and glorify the movement. I am Honorable Empress Hosanna, and I welcome each and every one of you here. Wholehearted love and joyous welcome, royal family. Gratitude. I'm a member of the Junior Elders Council, and I'd like to take this moment to render heartical salutation to all honorable members of the council. Love, beloveds. It is an honor to be here today as your host, alongside the brilliant and gracious Honorable Prophet Okito. And as always, it is a delight sharing this space with you, Honorable, my Lord. Give thanks.
Give thanks, Honorable Empress. Blessed love.
The esteemed Council of Elders have provided this platform to mark a grand occasion that brings us all together to showcase our original African culture, to give knowledge, educate, and mostly important, to unite us as a community to celebrate who we truly are. I am sure that today will be filled with expanding mysteries that reveal our spirituality and our divine heritage. So sit back and relax and enjoy the moment as we unfold the exciting lineup of events, such as presentation, videos, speeches, and interaction. I thank you all for being here, and I pray that you do have a wonderful rest of the evening. Blessed love, royal family again. As we move forward in this program, I will be this evening first presenter, highlighting the Ethiopia-Africa Black International Congress Women Freedom Liberation League. Continue on reading the introduction of the EABIC WFLL presentation. As a woman, mother, goddess, and empress of the WFLL, God, nature, and history has implied to me the importance of the divine female, echoed across ancient cultures and tradition through spirituality. Long before colonialization or any outside interference had occurred, the African divine goddess in perfect balance existed in her rightful lead, alongside the divine God, as he protected, provided, respected, and embraced her in equality. Unlike the fictitious patriarchy sold to society and culture through main religion, Bible, and their egotistic need for male dominance and aggression to disempower the goddess. The energy of the female embodies intuition, the nurturer, the healer, and the compassionate peacemaker. Our beloved father, King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, saw and knew what societal conditioning had done to our egos, and so he formed the female branch of the EABIC, and so to align us with our true state and to activate the rebirth of the divine goddess. We had forgotten who we were, and so he came to bring all things to remembrance. The Black divine goddess dwelled guided by integrity and morals of spirituality, and so had no need for rules and religion. Our beloved African king, His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie, mirrored the same reflection when upon his coronation, he requested for his queen to be crowned at the same time. Crown her now. And he followed the sentiment expressed as he expressed she was his confidant, his trusted advisor in national and international affairs. The Honorable Prophet Marcus reflected the same with his wife, Empress Amy. The 3-in-1, the 1 in 3 that never disagree. Our divine spiritual leaders have shown us the balance of equality of the our man and the our woman. Recovery of the divine goddesses on the move to rebalance social and public spaces. If we are to preserve our ancient divine existence, restore freedom, and paint our future, we must recover the female face of God throughout the world. To be read and continue. Continue on reading of my presentation on the Woman Freedom Liberation League. The EABIC WFLL was established on March the 23rd, King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, with the intention of creating a representative body for the empresses, giving them a voice at the decision-making table. The high priest felt that the time was long overdue for the African woman to return to a rightful position as it was on the African continent before the first encounter with the Europeans. In antiquity, the African woman was often the leaders of villages and communities running the daily administration of societies. For example, Queen Nzinga Mbande of Central Africa, Queen Abingi of East Africa, Queen Madanani of the Maroons of Jamaica, and last but by no means the least is Queen Solitude of Guadeloupe. Female leaders who played an integral part in the wars against the European colonizers. The Woman Freedom Liberation League function is determined by the interpretation of the name. It is a coalition of the empresses gathered together for the purpose of agitating for the rights and justice of the African family and community. King Emmanuel acknowledged that the time was right to put the female up front the African struggle. Being mothers by nature, they could have appealed to the humanity in the oppressors if there were any compassion left in them. The voices of the empresses joined with the voices of their male counterparts, demanding freedom will assist the African liberty. The royal empresses, armed with their woman intuition, their resolve to save their husbands, brothers, and sons, with their compassionate pleas for justice, could get the attention of the wives and mothers of the oppressors, and in doing so, soften the stone cold hearts of the European. The WFLL as a sisterhood will further assist to strengthen the younger generation of the African females, teaching them the principle of the ancient liberty and the duty to fight for freedom. The League was created as an arm of the EABIC, which is the government established to represent the voiceless, helpless, and marginalized within the Western society. The South African woman movement began in 1943, when the females were allowed to join the ANC. And in 1948, the ANCWL was formed. And so by 1956, the South African women gathered together, taken to the street to protest the wanton murdering of their family members. The sentiment expressed was that when you harm a woman, you have dislodged a boulder that will roll over any and all that was in their way. Following the solidarity of the South African woman, the female arm of the African National Congress was formed to assist their brethren in the front line from struggle for liberty, my Lord. While on the other hand, the EABIC, True Church of Divine Salvation, was built on the strict principle of worship and established to teach theology and other divine order of worship was taught by ancestors. The WFL, working in tandem with the EABIC government, is leading the agitation for the rights of the female to be treated equally and be heard at the negotiation table. Henceforth, the WFLL will continue to let their voice be heard until restorative justice has been granted to all African people. For your rapid patience and attention, I do give thanks and pass the floor on to the Honorable Prophet Okito, my Lord and Empress. Blessed Lord.
Blessed love, Royal Empress. Give thanks, beloved Honorable Empress Hosanna, for such inspiring knowledge being shared with us. Blessed love, Honorable Empress. It is good to learn about the woman's freedom liberation, the feminine energy within the Congress, and the Women's Freedom Liberation League is a cornerstone in the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, as we have come to see. So I give thanks for this League of Royal Empresses and Princesses. Blessed love. As we continue our program today, I would like to introduce Honorable Priest Lamont. Honorable Priest Lamont is the co-chair of the Elders Council for the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress, and he's also a chairman of the Rastafari Mansions organization, known as the RMF. Honorable Priest Lamont is an accomplished educator, an entrepreneur, a herbal practitioner, and a fervent defender of his community and his people by and large. Today, the Honorable Priest Lamont will be doing a presentation on the Melchizedek priesthood order. Now, this holy order is held in reverence daily without failure by the priests of the Bobo Ashanti tradition in all chapters of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress across the world. So now, our beloved Honorable Priest Lamont, I'm handing over the air to you. Blessed love, my Lord.
Thank you kindly, Honorable Prophet Okito, host of this noble program. I do give thanks for the skillful introduction you made of me. I do give thanks to be among these honorable people. Thanks for those who have arranged this webinar, our second webinar from the Council of Elders. I will be presenting a short overview of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress Melchizedek Priesthood Order. The EABIC priesthood order was established on the 1st of March 1958 by the Right Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards to be a representative body of the poor, disenfranchised, and marginalized African survivors of the transatlantic slave trade. The foundation principles ascended from ancient millennium before modern religions were developed. The purpose of the priesthood is to design and imprint a divine liberty amongst Africans who have been robbed of their humanity, dignity, and kinship to the divine. Colonization of the African nation by the Europeans. The Melchizedek priest order replaced the archaic practice of animal sacrifice, which existed then, wherein animals were killed as a gesture of atonement for human sins. Upon his arrival, Jesus Christ abolished the animal sacrifice and demanded that each person takes responsibility for his or her own possessions and make atonement of heart and mind as the requirement for atonement of sins. The Christ further established order of the 7 candlesticks on the golden altar. 7 priests who had to be without blemish, and the priest had to live a devout life of sacrifice, being held to the highest moral standard. In essence, the golden candlesticks became the living sacrifice for sins of humanity. As it is well known that there is no perfection in humanity, therefore, being divine does not mean being perfect. It simply means devoting one's life and time to the service of God, of good, and the betterment of humanity through righteousness. Being without blemish is the act of accepting human faith and atoning for them. Hence the reason for the priest spending many hours in supplication on bended knees in prayer. The separation from society is needed to be able to have an uninterrupted life wherein the priests meditate, to elevate their consciousness, and be able to rise the Christ spirit of altruism within themselves, and by this be able to ascend to the mental and metaphysical realm of the Almighty as vessels and conduits of righteousness. The function of the priesthood is to minister the principles of salvation to the nation, teaching the people how to live one with another, with love, tolerance, and compassion for each other. Another duty of the priest is to establish ethical principles and practices which govern interactions by maintaining the discourse, the process of resolution when disputes occur among members of our society. Emmanuel, the Black Christ, has laid the foundation principles and has opened wide the doors of the Congress, inviting all willing ones to come and partake of the saving grace of such divine order of liberty, and by such have a chance in this corrupted and dark world of sin to save our souls from the damnation to hell, that place of permanent torment, be it mental or physical. The brotherhood of man, complemented by the sisterhood of woman, by the father of charity, is the only way to achieve salvation and be redeemed from a life of destruction and eternal doom. The Christ teaches unconditional love. He having the whole of the law to minister to the world of people, thereby allowing every ethnicity to return their own vine tree, being able to see the presence of God through their own culture. This principle of human rights will establish the equality of the human family as was created at the genesis of man. Before the Exodus, we took humanity to the four corners of the earth, and in most cases, separated humanity from their higher divine selves. So today, in a dialectical material world, where the love of money, the root of all evil, has replaced the love of God, the work of the priest has become if humanity is to be redeemed, the pending is to be deterred. The struggle on, and look continue to be continued. My Lord and Empress, I thank you for your peace sharing and your attention. Blessed love. I turn humbly to the
Blessed love, honorable priest. Give thanks, my Lord, for the wonderful presentation. Very informative presentation of the priesthood order of the Melchizedek priesthood order for the Ethiopia Black International Congress. We're going to listen to some Nyabinghi music now, and we turn over to the technician, Empress Trisha. Blessed love. Honorable Empress Trisha.
Sound.
Nyabinghi sound.
What's happening?
give thanks for such wonderful music, you know, give thanks, you know. We're truly grateful for, you know, the sweet sounds of Nyabinghi. Yes, to even come know of such liberating music is a joy, you know, yes. And as we continue our program today, I would like to welcome again our Honorable Empress Hosanna to do a presentation on the great ancient African queens. Royal Empress Hosanna, please take over.
Lord, give thanks, glorify. Just doing a mic check. You all hear me?
Yes, I hear
Yes,
you.
Empress.
Glorify. Give thanks again to all. Continue reading the introduction of the great African queens. Africa history is filled with tales of powerful and influential women who fought for their people, culture, and identity. These women's stories, although often overshadowed, have left an indelible mark in history. They were known for their wisdom, bravery, leadership, cleverness, and diplomatic skill. They were respected, admired for uniting the people, leading them into battle successfully, and being astute politicians. Their significant reigns marks the resistance against colonialism, the expansion of the slave trade, and inspire many to join the fight for freedom. The significance, you all hear me?
Yes, Empress, we're hearing you.
I'll continue. Their resilience, courage, and sacrifice will impact the woman of today. Awake Black queens to the strength, dignity, and grace and glory we are. We read and continue, my Lord and Empress. Continue on reading the role of the African queens. Africa was originally a matriarchal society with queens and warrior princesses leading many great empires. For example, Queen Aminatu, Queen Makeda of Sheba, Queen Nefertiti, Queen Ranavalona I of Madagascar, Queen Cleopatra of Egypt, Queen Nandi of the Zulu Kingdom, to name just a few. Ethiopia has an heritage of militant queen mothers who led the country during some trying times. Empress Taitu, Empress Zaditu, and our divine mother, Empress Menen, all served by the sides of their husbands and or relatives during one-off or both attempted quests of Ethiopia by Italy. The female contribution to the nation's stability and positive development is undeniable. There's a trail of colorful tales and legends told around the firesides or dinner table. Oral story confirming the power of the feminine energy and their contribution to the ongoing liberation struggle. The African queens have contributed in innumerable ways by nurturing and teaching our offspring. They have served as nurses during the time of physical conflict and wars and tended to the wounded. Legend has Empress Taitu on being the front line of the battle with other wives during the Battle of Adwa, distributing ammunition and reloading weapons for the soldier. Queen Nzinga of Ndongo and Matamba ruled what is today known as the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Nzinga led her army against the Portuguese in 1627, constantly resisting colonialization, and finally defeated their army in 1647. Nzinga waged a 30-year war against the Portuguese, a true warrior queen. The story of the wise and prosperous Queen of Sheba is well known. How Makeda visited Solomon, mesmerized the king with her beauty, and challenged him with her wisdom. Following the ancestors' footsteps, the Queen of Queens, Her Imperial Highness Wazero Menen Asfa, was a very wise, charitable, and charismatic leader who championed the cause of a female in a kingdom. Empress Menen built churches, schools, factories to assist the education and economic development of the young woman in the realm. In more recent times, the mother of Africa, Winnie Mandela, was affectionately known throughout the Black world of people, earned such respect by being relentless in her defense of the South African indigenous Bantu tribe. Mother Winnie often placed her life on the line, demanding justice and right for the nation from the apartheid system of colonial Azania. The Queen Mother of Africa, who has taken up the mantle in this 21st century, is Dr. Arikana Chohamberi, a very educated and informed Queen of Africa. Dr. Arikana is shaking up things with the eloquent speeches to the Pan-African world, shedding light on many of the hidden and dark actions of the former colonial masters seeking to keep their hands in our coffer and hampering the progress of the continent. The Honorable Mia Amos Motley, SCMP, is Barbados' first female prime minister, an outspoken progressive leader who publicly declared herself to be a Bob Marley disciple, often heard quoting words from Bob Marley's song to support a point in reasoning. Following in the trend is the first female African Vice President of Colombia, Francia Marquez, who is another mover and shaker in the 6th region of the African continent. It is obvious that the era of the female has arrived, when the African queen are not just being put up the front of the liberation struggle, but are carving out their own marks and blazing new trail of progress. There is no retarding to the progress of today's African queens. You either get behind them or pick up the pace if the male energy is to be beside them in this critical moment of our victory. Hence, the Rastafari Queen and Bobo Shanti Empresses of the 21st century can no longer be held back. The Right Honorable King Emmanuel placed the feminine energy in the front of the struggle by establishing the Woman Freedom Liberation League to take the battle to the system which holds the African nation hostage. Today, the female voice is fearless and relentless in the ears of the world, speaking truth to power. I, Empresses of Bobo Ashanti Order, is today calling for solidarity among the African mothers globally. The time has come for the African Queen to put aside their differences and as lionesses lead the pride to fruitful pastures. When African righteous people come together, the world will come together. His Imperial Majesty, Rastafari.
Give thanks, Royal Empress. Give thanks. Honorable Royal Empress, are you still with us?
My Lord, are you hearing me?
I'm hearing you now. Just checking to see if you're still with us.
Sure.
All right. So we're going forward then. Thank you, Empress, again for giving us more insights about our Queens of Africa. You know, these are our mothers, you know, our Queen mothers who have, you know, done great wonders, you know, in the African, on the African scene, you know. So, Empress Osana.
Honorable, my Lord.
All right. So we will go into some deep and meaningful history about Ethiopia, which is dear to Rastafari's heart. I and I as Rastafari, you know, we hold Ethiopia dear to our heart. So, you know, as Rastafari, I and I, we continue to celebrate our glorious victories. By the way, have you heard about the Battle of Adwa? All right, well, I will now read a bit of literature about the Battle of Adwa. The Germans hosted a conference on November 15 in 1884, inviting their neighbors to the discussion table. The meal of that day was carved Africa. Carved Africa, imagine that. Now at this Berlin conference, each European country was invited to claim a piece of the African continent without anyone notifying the African people that they were now a commodity to be traded. Without Africans' involvement, the continent was carved up. France took a little piece, Italy took a little piece, Belgium also took a little piece, etc. Now, this system of conquest created what today is termed as the shattered glass syndrome, with a continent broken into nation states, weakening the family structure of a once great people. This is very unfortunate for Africa. Now, in 1896, Italy, using a facade of a treaty to disguise their insatiable lust for a piece of the African pie being shared by their allies, decided to invade Ethiopia in an attempt to feed their greed. Ethiopia, Italy, they claim that the Emperor Menelik had made them the protectorate of the land of the gods. The land of the gods is what the Greeks described Ethiopia as. On the 1st of March in 1896, Italy marched on the capital of Ethiopia, but was stopped dead in their tracks at Adawa before they could reach Addis Ababa, known as the New Flower. This trashing did not cure their lust for the crown state. Anyway, no sooner than His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I was crowned Emperor of Ethiopia in 1930, did the snake Deuce Benito Mussolini set his sights on the Horn of Africa again. In 1935, Italy invaded Ethiopia, this time reaching the capital and occupying it for 5 years, until His Imperial Majesty, supported by England, returned to retake his country. The conquering lion shall break every chain and give a victory, a victory, again and again. Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Hence, we hear of the great speech of His Imperial Majesty at the League of Nations, followed by the moving speech of Her Imperial Majesty Empress Menen when she addressed the women of the world, calling for solidarity against Eve. And today, we also call for the solidarity against evil, as we can see what's happening in the world today. So give thanks for the mighty victories of our, Ethiopian warriors, who held Ethiopia a free country from that time to even this time. All right. Now I am going to read a few statements that were made by famous Greek writers. The reason for quoting these Greek writers is because they first studied us, and they, despite the stigma that has been placed on African people or African people, these famous ancient Greek writers found and saw the greatness of Kush, the country known as Africa. And yes, Kush is the name that Africa had in those days. That's what they call Africa in those days. Things like these were not being taught in schools. So the first quote is from Stephanus of Byzantium. Stephanus of Byzantium from the 6th century AD had written that Ethiopia was the first established country on earth. The first established country on earth. And the Ethiopians were the first to set up the worship of the gods and to establish laws. No, can you imagine that? Wow. So our Ethiopian people are the first to establish a country. That includes governmental organizations and such. So, who would believe that, it isn't America, it's not England, nor in Rome or anywhere in the Europe, that the first country was established, It wasn't any of those countries. It was actually Ethiopia that is the first established country on this planet. Yeah. So, that's something they ain't teaching us in schools. So in keeping with our theme, Ethiopia, the original tradition, let's hear what two other Eurocentric icons were saying about our beloved Ethiopia. Let's just listen, let us see what Herodotus said about Ethiopians. What did Herodotus say about Ethiopians? Ethiopia is west of Arabia, and this country produces great quantities of gold, has an abundance of elephants, and the woodland trees, ebony. And its men are the tallest, the most handsome, and the longest lived. That's what Herodotus said about Ethiopia. Yeah. Now we have also Homer another Eurocentric icon. What does Homer say about Ethiopia? Homer said that the Ethiopians are indeed almost in the realm of Martian. Gods visit them or are reported among the gods when they absent themselves from Olympus. They are without fault or blame, and their only human visitor is Menelaus. Now, there is also a popular humor by Homer as well, where he wrote, "Don't pray to the gods of Olympus in August, because they have gone on vacation with the gods of Ethiopia." All right, so you have heard ancient Greek writers, and you have seen the highest level of respect that they had for Ethiopia and its people. Therefore, we as African descendants should live in love and demonstrate high esteem for Ethiopia. All right. Now, with that said, let's listen to some traditional Ethiopian music. Honorable Empress Trisha, please bless us with some Ethiopian music. Blessed Lord. Royal music, yeah, man. And I do give thanks, man. Every time I hear traditional music, you know, it gives I a joyful vibe, you know. Yeah, man, it touch I's soul, yeah, for real. So moving along at this time, I would like to welcome our Royal Empress Hosanna, who will be introducing the next segment of our program. Empress Hosanna, please take over the air. Blessed love.
Give thanks, my Lord.
Blessed love, Royal Empress, my co-chair.
My Lord, give thanks, glorify, continue on reading the introduction of the Empress Menen's speech. A storm cloud blew over Europe, darkening the horizon, from which Germany and Italy was making their push for world domination. Ethiopia became the world's sacrificial lamb when Britain and their allies turned a deaf ear on the pleas for the Ethiopian monarchy. This prompted our Divine Mother, Empress Menen, to make a historical speech in a native tongue, narrated by her daughter Sahai, calling for the solidarity among the women of the world. Here now is that history of Her Imperial Highness with Zora Menen Asfa. Continue on reading. Upon the invasion by Italy in 1930, the Royal Empress, Her Imperial Highness with Zora Menen Asfa, made a speech to the women of the world calling for female solidarity. When Her Majesty Empress Menen Asfa was scheduled to deliver a radio message to the international community about the prospect of an unjust attack on Ethiopia by the forces of fascism, the world was already teetering on the brink of destruction. Only a few months before the fate of the major Western powers had been sealed at the League of Nations, when His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie delivered a prophetic message about the prospect of a second world war if his word were not heeded. Newspapers at the time, which we have provided on the sidebar, recounted the measures that fascists and their sympathizers try and took to silence the Queen of Queens from delivering a final warning to the nation, which might prevent the coming tribulation of war. To be read and continued.
Prophet
Sure. I was a little late in a pre-sale, but you know, good mark.
Love and blessings, Honorable. Give thanks, Honorable Priest Earl, for the coming in. I would ask each and everyone to mute their mics as we proceed. Honorable Empress Hosanna, give thanks. All right. The Scramble for Africa by our Right Honorable Empress Menen, Holy Mother of Creation. Empress Menen's speech can be best understood in the context of what is known to history as the Scramble for Africa. During the 19th and early 20th centuries, a number of European nations, including England, France, and Portugal, secured their control over most of the territory on the African continent through war and bloodshed. This colonial territory expanded their power and influence while benefiting their economic interests at their homes. With no regard, of course, for the interests of the African people whose lands were invaded, these European nations arbitrarily divided the African continent among themselves, joined the artificial borders between African countries, which mostly remain to this day. Now, by the time of Empress Menen's speech in 1935, this scramble resulted in the colonization of every nation on the African continent, except for one, which is Ethiopia. Ethiopia remained, and not colonized, free, the ancient Davidic kingdom, saved from conquest, some would say by divine intervention, had managed to repel both European and Arab attempts at invasions for thousands of years. To be continued by Priest Oswald. Blessed love, my Lord. Honorable Priest Oswald. Honorable Priest Oswald.
Pardon me, my mic was muted. A new Roman Empire. When the fascist leader Benito Mussolini came to power in Italy during the 1920s, the stage was set for the Italians to once again resume their role in the scramble for Africa. Mussolini soon declared his intention to found a new Roman Empire, setting his sights on the nation that had humiliated his predecessors. But this time, the Italians will have a decided advantage, thanks in no small part to the ban on the sales of weapons by Britain, France, and the other industrialized powers. It is in this historical context that Empress Menen delivered the following speech. Though the initial broadcast of the speech was sabotaged by the intentional interference, the message couldn't be silenced. History tells us that her plea, like the prophetic words of His Imperial Majesty to the League of Nations, went largely unheeded. The very next month saw the beginning of the Italo-Ethiopian War. But her words stand as a testament to the courage of her conviction and highlight the continued need for us to follow her example and to speak out against injustice. To be continued.
Powerful armies are preparing to invade our country under the fallacious pretext of bringing civilization to our pastoral, Pacific people living near nature and in communion with God. May heaven save us from such a civilization. Under the grave, painful circumstances in which we live, and in the presence of the threat of war weighing on us, we think women throughout the world have the imperative duty of making their voices heard, expressing their feelings. In all latitude, climates, and countries, women are inspired by the same spirit, the love of peace. War has always been the greatest of the evils to overwhelm humanity. Whatever their native land, women should reprove brute force and detest war, which destroys homes and results in the killing of husbands, brothers, and sons. Italian women who are mothers like the Ethiopians suffer at the thought of the infinite, irreparable evil to which war will give rise. All women in the universe should therefore unite their voices to demand firmly that the horrors of useless bloodshed and accumulated ruins should be avoided. Ethiopia is not actuated by any spirit of violence. She only aspires to peace. In the quarrel which is forced on us, the Ethiopian conscience is pure and unstained. Ethiopians have always reserved a fraternal welcome for foreigners who have come here to labor honestly. Imperialistic ambition has arisen in the case of one of our neighbors with whom we only wish to live peacefully and have no desire for conquest. We will not dare doubt that the desire for peace, guiding the International Association of Women, will exert an influence on all those destinies presiding over humanity. We earnestly pray to God that He may assist them in their difficult task. We still desire to believe in the efficiency and success of their efforts to that end and shall hope for the maintenance of peace. But if desire our prayers war breaks out, we women will know how to accomplish the painful noble task of dressing wounds and alleviating as far as possible, the cruel evils that war engenders. It is comforting to think that the women of the entire world will be at our sides as they are today. Women of the world, unite with ours, your prayers to the all-powerful that he shall prevent the crime of war. The man of the all-powerful that he inspire the words and acts of statesmen, so justice and peace may reign to the ends of the world. And here ended the speech from Empress Menen Asfaw on September the 10th, in our year 1935. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress, blessed love, royal family. And now I hand it over to the host. Give thanks.
Give thanks, Honorable Secretary, Royal Empress Nicole, and glorify the reading of the Empress Menen speech. My Lord and Empress, we do give thanks. At this moment, my Lord and Empress, we will go into the edutainment segment of the program. This brings us to spiritual edutainment segment of our program. And in this section, you will be taken up and be moved by the information we are about to share. When we speak about devotion and conviction, the patriarch in this revelation are living testimonies of faith. They have sacrificed their life in hardship in an attempt to redeem humanity from the calamity of their action. These saints and monks have done some superhuman acts and endured great suffering as such. Therefore, it is only right and just that I, for whom they made the ultimate sacrifice, continue to immortalize them by passing on the I stories to future generations. Let us now take a journey into Holy Mount Zion. I will now introduce the first video. Take hold. In this video that I'm about to introduce, you will see one of the wonders of the world. Chapel carved out of solid rocks, some 100 feet above the ground, showing the Ethiopian people expression of their faith and devotion to a higher consciousness. Without further ado, we will now ascend to the chapel of the sky. Give thanks, Royal Tech.
The Tigray region in northern Ethiopia is known for its assembly of rock-hewn churches. Sculpted out of sandstone, the most wondrous of these is Abuna Yamataga. There's only one way up. You have to climb this cliff face. Welcome to the world's most perilous church. Established in the 5th century, the church is named after its founder and builder, Father Yamata. Perched 650 feet above a steep cliff, some say he chose its location to be closer to heavenly spirits. Others argue it was a strategic move to avoid his enemies. Either way, the church's location, ceiling frescoes, and precious goatskin Bible have attracted worshippers for centuries. The church has 20 clergymen and is managed by this high-ranking priest. He has lived here for over 47 years, and he makes the climb every day.
أنا دما كشي غورو رفائيل أسرسها يبهال أزوية كريستيان زي نوارئية أقلقالي قداسي وداسئية أوزي دما زلماسو أقايش مسا أنا قادي كوينز تقومتكو إيه كل جزية دما وزئية.
For fearless worshippers, the 2-hour trek to the top begins by hiking to the bottom of the rock from the valley below. Visitors must first remove their shoes before climbing.
نساتهم ما عادين كريوا خلوا فرحمه كم تصير في مسلم لحرجن أتابعنا أو زي حازو أو زي رجسونا بالنجن نساتهم كعادة تابعهم يوصوا أيام اللسي ስለ ንሕብረሎም ኣይምለስን ምቹው ኢላ ንዓና ንሕብረሎም
The final obstacle to the church's entrance can test the most ardent pilgrim's faith. A narrow cliff ledge with a deadly drop to the left and no room for error. Once through, you may think you're in heaven, but you've never felt more alive.
ኩሉ ህዝቢ ኣብዚ ቤተ ክርስቲያን እዚ ዘይሰግዲ ኣብዚ ቤተ ክርስቲያን እዚ ዘይሳለሚ የለን ብናይ እግዚአብሔር ሓይሊ ስለ ዝኾነ እዩ ትኾም ኢሉ ኣብዚ ኮይኑኒዮ ኣብ ሜዳ ከይኸውን ናብ ገደል ተሰቂሉኒዮ ማለት እዩ
Glorify my Lord and Empress. We give thanks, interest, and attention in the first video of the edutainment segment. And now we'll continue into video number 2. Royal Tech, go forward.
Introduction, please.
This next video that you're about to be introduced depicts the faith-based sentiment on which the Ethiopian society is built, the title of which, The Mountain of Faith.
In the highlands of Ethiopia, in an isolated mountain fortress, a young man faces a spiritual test. He's about to dedicate his life to protecting the Word of God and one of the world's most sacred treasures. It's a mountainous country, isolated from the rest of the continent by its rugged terrain, its ancient wealth, and its unique religious heritage. For as long as anyone can remember, Ethiopians have been a deeply spiritual people. At one time or another, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity have all found a home here. All of them have flourished in the embers of a civilization that was once one of the mightiest powers in all Africa. One of the most powerful of Ethiopia's Christian beliefs is that they are the custodians of the lost Ark of the Covenant, the mysterious vessel thought to contain the actual stone tablets on which the 10 Commandments are carved. For Kibkab Wube Wood Mariam, a young trainee priest, this belief is about to play a pivotal role. 16-year-old Kibkab will soon face his first great step on the road to priesthood. In a few weeks, he hopes to take part in the most important ceremony of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, Timkat, the Feast of the Epiphany. celebrating the baptism of Christ. Although Epiphany is celebrated throughout the Christian world, the Ethiopian Timkat ceremony is different. At its heart is the Ark of the Covenant. To be allowed to take part, Kibkab must convince the senior priests of his church that he has total commitment to his calling. There will be no written test, no exams. Kibkab has to prove himself through one criterion alone: faith. It's a tough challenge, and many fail. Each of Ethiopia's 20,000 churches contains a replica of the Ark of the Covenant, the most holy object in the Ethiopian church. The Timkat festival is one of the few times when they are brought out in public. For 6 years, Kibkab has not been ready to take part in Timkat. If the elders question his faith now, it may be many years before he'll be considered again. And this is not the only pressure on Kibkab. He's got a family tradition to live up to.
ያው ወንዶቹ ሁሉም እኔ ጋራ ያው ሶስት ነን ማለት ነው። ሁለቱ ጨርሰው ያው ከእንትን ላይ ሊደርሱ ብለዋል፣ ደርሰዋል ማለት ይቻላል። እኔ ግን የመጨረሻ ስለሆንኩ ያው ለመድረስ ገና እየተማርኩ ነው እንጂ ሁሉም ወንዶቹ እንማራለን።
Kibkab practices a form of Christianity that is both ancient and unique to Ethiopia. It's thrived for centuries, sheltered in the sanctuary of the mountains. Yet it was openness to the world that brought Christianity to Ethiopia. The country's location on the Horn of Africa enabled it to dominate lucrative trade routes across the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean. Ethiopia's trading supremacy ended in the 7th century when it lost control of the vital coastal ports. The flow of trade ceased. The mountains and their people lapsed into isolation. But not all of Ethiopia remained isolated. The name of the modern capital, Addis Ababa, means new flower, an appropriate choice. Since Addis was founded in the late 19th century, a cosmopolitan city has blossomed. The population has grown to around 3 million, representing all Ethiopia's peoples and religions. And new ideas keep the capital growing. Every year, thousands flock here to seek their fortune. Artisan Mesfan was just 10 years old when he left his rural village for Addis. Artisan came to earn an all-important extra income for his farming family back home. He seized an opportunity and, at 15, he's now his family's main breadwinner.
እያገዝኳቸው እየነበረ ልጆች ምናምን ትቶኝ ስለሚመጡ እኔም እንደ ልጆች ለምን አልሆንም በማለት ነው የመጣሁት ወደዚህ እና ልጆች ባይመጡት እኔም እዛ እያገዝኳቸው ነው ምኖር ነበር። አሁን ልጆች ትቶኝ ሁሉም ሲመጡ እኔም መጣሁ ወደዚህ።
Artisan adapted quickly to city life. He and his friends are Goragi people, renowned entrepreneurs.
ለመጥኩት ደስ እያለኝ ስራ ጀመርኩ። በቃ ስራ ጀምሬ ያው ያጎቴ ልጅ አለ አንድ አሁን ገጠር ሂደዋል። እሱ በቃ ኒስትሮ ቀለሙ ምኑ ገዛልኝና ከዛ ልብሴ ቀዳዳ ነበር እሱ እንደገና ገዛልኝ። ስራው ከለመጥኩት በኋላ በቃ ከዚህ በኋላ ራስ ከቻልኩ በኋላ ምንም አያገባኝም ብሎ በቃ ካሁን በኋላ እኔም አላስቸግርም ምናምን አልኩ።
Atasan works 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. He sends most of his money home, but always puts enough aside to afford the once-a-year trip home for Maskal, the Garagi's most important holiday. Like Thanksgiving, Maskal is a time for family reunions, and it's getting close. Kibkab also works hard, but his is a life of worship and study. He goes to a church school in his hometown of Lalibela in the mountains of northern Ethiopia. Kibkab needs to study hard. His teacher will be one of those who have the final say as to whether he's ready to take part in a Timkat festival. And Kibkab's teacher is his own father. His father knows the dedication it takes to become a priest. He makes no exceptions, not even for his own sons. There's little formal structure to Kibkab's education. There's no end-of-year exam. Study is constant. Learning the scriptures by heart is in itself a monumental task. But Kibkab must also learn a new language, Ge'ez. It's one of Africa's oldest written scripts. Around 1,000 years ago, Ge'ez died out as an everyday language and is now solely used by the Ethiopian Church. A language seemingly frozen in time, it takes years to learn. The inspiration to succeed is all around Kibkab. Stories of the great Ethiopian saints are part of the bedrock of the church, demonstrating how intense faith can grow from humble origins. One of Kibkab's favorite saints, Yared, developed a unique system of musical notation for the church. His music was so beautiful that even the king was captivated. Transfixed by Yared's singing, the king leaned on his spear, piercing the saint's foot, but Yared sang on, unaware of the pain until he'd finished his song. Saint Yared has inspired generations of priests. Like Kibkab, Yared was once a struggling student. But Kibkab has some ambitions his father's generation would never have contemplated. He's thinking of leaving Lalibela to study abroad.
ወደፊት ምኞቴ ያው በዘመናዊ ትምህርት ቤት ከጨረስኩ በኋላ በመንፈሳዊ ኮሌጅ ከተመረኩ እየተማርኩ ከዛ ከእሱ ጋራ ይኸኛውን እየተማርኩ ከዛ ብችል ወደ መንፈሳዊ ኮሌጅ ተመርቄ ያው ከዚሁ ከሀገሬ ላይ ከቤተ ክርስቲያን ሳረግ እንዳገለግል እሱ የእሱን አርአያ ለመከተል ያው በእሱ ይሄ ስላስገደደኝ ግዴታ በእሱ ተከትዬ መማር ስላለብኝ ነው ቄስ። ስለዚህ ግን እንደዚህ እንዳልወር ያው ጠንክሬ እንዳጠና ይመክሩኛል እነሱም ያው እኔም እንደዛው እጥራለሁ።
But unless Kibkab can show the dedication necessary for Timkat, his ambitions will remain nothing but dreams. Like his father, he may never leave the mountains. This heavily carved landscape has isolated more than its people. It has also provided a sanctuary for its wildlife. The Gelada baboon is the only grazing primate in the world and is unique to the Horn of Africa. Here, at altitudes of 7,000 feet and above, the Gelada feed on the mountain grasses. The Gelada form larger groups than any other species of primate. At times, bands of up to 600 animals graze like herds of cattle on the mountain slopes. The mountains are also a rigorous training ground for future priests.
ትምህርት ያው ከንጋቱ 11 ሰዓት ተነስተን ወደ ቤተ ክርስቲያን እስከ 2 ሰዓት ከርን በኋላ ከዛም ትምህርት እስከ ከ2 እስከ 6 ተምረን
Kibkab lives with 10 other students. They earn their meals the traditional way by begging for food. Today, Kibkab has volunteered to gather the daily bread and get past the village sentries. Enduring physical hardship is seen as a necessary step in Kibkab's spiritual development. So is learning to accept charity, especially from villagers who often have little food to spare. Fortunately for the young novitiates, most of the people around Lalibela are devout Christians who will give whatever they can in exchange for a blessing. Today's labors produce small results. An empty stomach makes studying even harder.
እንጂ ያው መክበድ ይከብዳል። የቄሱ ያው እስከምትጨርስ ድረስ ግዴታ ይህን ችግር ሳታልፍ ወደ ቄስና ወደ መርጌታ ለመሆን ስለማትችል ይህን ችግር ማለፍ አለብን።
Give thanks to our tech and give thanks to our platform for your patience and attention. These videos are very mystic, so I hope you all alert and awake as they tend to carry into deep meditation, my Lord and Empress. I do give thanks as I introduce our third video. The history of Ethiopian people is shrouded in mysteries. Legends speak of the Ark of the Covenant, in which sacred scrolls, such as the 10 Commandments, were kept. This next short films give you a little history of where the Ark of the Covenant is currently housed. Royal Tech.
It's a mountainous country, isolated from the rest of the continent by its rugged terrain.
Every month, thousands of worshippers in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church gather in their holiest city, Aksum, for the Mihilida Thanksgiving celebration. The focal point, hidden beneath a red velvet canopy and never revealed, is a revered object called a tablet, a replica of the Ark of the Covenant. The Bible's Old Testament says God commanded the Ark to be built to contain the tablets recording his 10 commandments. But the Ark disappeared from Jerusalem after the destruction of King Solomon's temple. Ethiopians say it was brought to their country by Menelik, the son of Queen Sheba and King Solomon. The Ark's existence and location has intrigued scholars, archaeologists, and Hollywood. But the faithful gathered here are convinced that the Ark of the Covenant rests in Aksum. Christianity arrived in Ethiopia around 1700 years ago, and almost half the population belongs to the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. The tablet is carried back to the chapel of St. Mary Zion. The church believes the object's importance cannot be exaggerated.
It is still the most holiest and respected object as it is. It is the most precious object in history. It's something that has been used by God for the communication of the people, between his people and himself. The manifestation of God always occurred around the ark.
This man is the guardian of the Ark. He never leaves the chapel grounds, and only he may see the mysterious relic hidden behind the curtain of the Holy of Holies. Before he dies, the guardian will choose his successor from the monks of St. Mary Zion. The guardian isn't allowed to speak publicly, and his representative adds to the mystery.
I'm laughing because if I say I've seen the Holy Ark of the Covenant, this means I've opened it. This is not a simple thing. To see the Ark needs further education. Nobody has seen it, apart from the guardian.
The Aksumite story of the Ark is contained in a historic book. Menelik takes the Ark from the temple. Holding the chest, he crosses the Red Sea, but a wall of water stops King Solomon's troops. Queen Sheba waits the Ark's arrival in Aksum. Menelik and the Ark enter the city in triumph. When Aksum was later destroyed by enemies, the Ark's guardians are said to have taken it to an island on Lake Tana. They only returned it to the rebuilt city several hundred years later. Aksum is the cradle of Ethiopian civilization, with obelisks predating the Christian period, but only this one remaining intact. A bigger one, weighing more than 100 tons, was taken away by Italian leader Mussolini's colonial troops in 1937, and Ethiopia still wants it back. Aksum was formerly a trading center between Africa and Asia. Its markets displayed gold, ivory, incense, and spices. Now its long Christian heritage attracts worshippers from all over the country and a few from abroad. The devotion of ordinary Ethiopians to their religion and to the Ark is evident.
As a Christian, I'm very happy the Ark of the Covenant is annexed. And I'm very proud that I'm part of the population and Christian.
This is Tana Kirkos Island, which in the Aksumite version of the story is where the Ark was hidden before being returned to the city. But some Ethiopians believe a different account. They say that Menelik and High Priest Azariah brought the Ark directly here from Jerusalem. The island's only inhabitants are these few monks whose lives are dedicated to the Ark.
According to the story I have from my grandparents and their grandparents, Menelik and Azariah brought the Ark of the Covenant from Jerusalem to here in 4518 BC. There were no buildings, and they were keeping it in an empty area. And there, they offered sacrifices for the Ark of the Covenant.
The island's church may look rudimentary, but it is said to contain the sacred object which no one may see without permission from the Orthodox Church's patriarch. The monks say the original church was built by the first patriarch when he came to bless the holy chest. Is the Ark of the Covenant hidden in this Holy of Holies? Neither the head priest nor the monks will answer the question. The building contains ancient texts depicting biblical events, including Moses stretching out to receive the tablets. The texts also contain stories of Christian saints, all of whom have their place in Ethiopian Orthodox Church tradition. The history of the church itself goes back many years and embraces several ancient beliefs, with the Old Testament of particular importance.
We should consider Ethiopian Christianity as a kind of Judaic Christianity. And the patriarch, the present patriarch, is on record once as saying that the Ethiopian church is 3,000 years old, 1,000 Jewish and 2,000 Christian. And I think one can say that this is a culture in which the Old Testament is of very great importance, more so than in the Western Christianity.
This is Aksum's annual Timkat Baptism Festival. The tablet of the Ark leaves the chapel. It's securely guarded. Music is integral to the ceremony. In the late afternoon, the procession winds slowly towards the place where the tablet will rest overnight. Although the Timkat festival is linked to Jesus' baptism in the River Jordan, Old Testament traditions concerning the Ark remain central to the ritual. The tablet is moved carefully and with great rejoicing. The tablet will rest here overnight. Its presence means the tent has become a church. As the sun sets over Aksum, the faithful inside the tent church turn again to prayer and devotion. The Timkat festival is celebrated by Ethiopian Orthodox Christians all over the country, but it's particularly important in this holiest of cities. Aksum becomes an even more important place of pilgrimage during the celebrations. The next morning, a crowd gathers to prepare for the blessing of the water, which will become sacred in the presence of the tablet. Worshippers wait around the edge of what is referred to as Queen Sheba's bath. Although modern, to believers it resonates with history and their religious heritage. Questioning the whereabouts of the Ark of the Covenant is irrelevant to these worshippers. As the three candles symbolizing the Holy Trinity drift away, they know that the Ark rests in Aksum.
Give thanks, Royal Technician. This final documentary encapsulates the timeless journey of the Ethiopian monks. So let's now take a climb into the ropes of time. Empress, introduce video 4, please. Give thanks.
በቃ አልፈርም እንግዲህ ሁሉ ጊዜ ስለሚወጣ በቃ ያን ከቢድ ከቢድ እዩ ግን ንሕና የተጓልፈ ግን ድሓን ንግሆ ተሲአ ዘሎ ንእሽተይ ስራሕቲ ገዛይ እስካብ ሰዓት 12 ዝኸውን ንእሽተይ ይሰርሕ ካብኡ መስሒ ክሳብ ዝስርሐኒ ካብ ገዛይ ክብገስ ተለኹ ያው ኣብ ናይ ማእታይ ስለ ዝብገስ ብወንደ ልቦናይ በቃ ደስ ይብለኒ እዩ أنا دسيلني يا هو مصحف هنا أطلع خقعد مهناتس صموني أبغى تسلل هنا نواقع كوني بالكن يا مسجد على الاختر راح بقى مستركاس بقى يا حنقول كنا تحدث إلى بقى حنقولك كل نجار لازم تذكر لي نصحف تنيكا كل جزء مستير تترديها بتعميق دسالي قال زي تنيكا قال زي كله مستير تترديها يا كان معار ودم خمس كوربين يتعبك كذا حزي لمن متأمر ودي أسوي يفلت مهنياتو قال كيدان الله تصادق እቶም ቅዱሳን ኣብ ዝተራራ እምባታት ዝተፈላለዩ ቦታ ክሰፍሩ ተለው ቃል ኪዳን ብጣዕሚ ይህዎ ምክንያቱ ኣብኡ ከይዲ ሰብ ተፀሪፉ ታይሊ ይምለሶ ሰርተኸልተ ምስ ኮነ ከዓን ያው ናፍቱ ቤተይ ናፍቱ መሕደርየ ዓፄ ይወርድ ኣስተምሂረ በትናተይ መንገዲ ዝኸዱ እዩ ተኣነ ከምዚ ገለ ቀሸሸኒ ምክንያት በጣም እኔ በልቦና የሚያህል በቃ የእግዚአብሔር ስራ እጹብ ነው።
Royal audience and Royal Empress Trisha, Royal Tech, give thanks to one and all. This concludes this edutainment segment. Give thanks for your interest and attention, my Lord and Empress. These videos are 4-part section account of the Ethiopian monks, thus aiding us visually to depict the images of the mountain cliff monasteries established in the patriarchs in Tekle Heinemat. I give thanks and take this moment to once again welcome my co-host, Prophet Okito, as he continues with his presentation. Tekle Heinemat. My Lord and Empress, Honorable, the floor is yours.
Blessed love, honorable Empress, give thanks. Give thanks.
Hi.
God's deeds are perfect, rightly said, in the video. Yeah, man. Give thanks, honorable Empress Hosanna, for those entertaining videos about our glorious spiritual history. Always good to know about ourselves, by knowing our ancient spirituality and holistic stories. So, we do give thanks. Blessed love, honorable Empress, give thanks. As we continue our program today, I would like to share with you, my fellow brethren and sisters, the story of a most honorable, holy, and great ancient Ethiopian saint. He is no other than Saint Tekle Heimanot. Saint Tekle Heimanot. According to the Ethiopian calendar, Abuna Tekla Haimanot was born on December 24 in 1194 and died August 24 in the year 1296. Tekla Haimanot is a name given to this saint of God, and it means plant of the Father, plant of the Son, and plant of the Holy Spirit. That sounds familiar, right? Yeah, it does sound familiar, for real. After the mighty flood of the Islamic storm over the Horn of Africa, only Ethiopia remained a Christian country. During those dark ages, the relentless Islamic aggression and the equally aggressive internal anti-Christian elements persecuted the Ethiopian Orthodox Tawahida Church with iron fist. Now, in this period of traditional trial, many churches and monasteries were burned to ashes. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tawahida Church took the initiative to demonstrate the resurgent spirit within the nation in order to encounter the crisis and to preserve liberty. So the Christian faithful succeeded in restoring the mighty power of the cross of Christ. Now, in the last quarter of the 12th century, Saint Tekla Haimanot led the Ethiopian Christian recovery. Abuna Tekla Haimanot is a preacher, teacher, a confessor, and founder of the Debre Libanos Monastery. He was a leading saint among the many saints in his time. To revive Christian communities in Ethiopia, he made an extensive journey across the nation and peacefully confronted pagan rulers whom he converted to Christian faith. Tekla Haimanot's apostolic mission to the south of Africa, of Ethiopia, claimed great victory to the conversion of King Motoleni. And in 1399, during the reign of King Yishak, the life and the work of Saint Tekla Haimanot was first compiled, proclaiming Tekla Haimanot as the new apostle of Jesus Christus. Saint Tekla Haimanot has served in Debre Damo for at least 12 years. Notably, at least 12 years he has served in Debre Damo. Debre Damo is only accessible by climbing a rope, which is made of plated leather, and it is lowered from the top of the cliff. To go up and down, people tie the rope around their waists, and then they are being pulled up by the monk at the top of the cliffs. It is during his service in Debre Damo that one day the rope snapped while he was climbing down. Now, the Almighty God, the awesome one, he gives power to his saint, his servant. And Saint Tekla Haimanot immediately was given 6 wings and he flew around Debre Damo 3 times. Amazing, isn't it? He gives strength and power to the weary and increased the power of the weak. The Almighty gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. Even youths grow tired and weary, and young men stumble and fall. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. This is a scripture from Isaiah chapter 40, verse 29 to 31. The numerous miracles of this saint are well documented in the 200-page text of Gedlet Tekla Haimanot, or translated as the work of Tekla Haimanot. On page 175 to 176 of this text, we read, and quote, "After working many wonders and miracles, Tekla Haimanot was reminded by the Holy Scriptures of his own final journey. In particular, reading from the passages of Matthew 5, verse 13, Matthew 5, verse 21, Matthew 9, verse 12, Mark 9, verse 50, Luke 14, verse 34 to 35, Luke 4, verse 23, and Psalms 133, verse 3. After preaching from these passages and Saint Tekla Haimanot himself being enlightened, he dug a small cave and prepared it. The cave was just big enough for him to stretch his hands. In the cave, on each 4 walls of the cave, he placed sharp spears. Finally, because of his age and he being unable to preach the gospel by traveling from place to place, he desired to remain in a single location inside this cave and enter into a spiritual warfare or contention against the desire of the flesh. Now, to overcome temptations, he entered into the cave he had prepared and began his final struggle against the flesh. Without his staff, he stood upright, straight like a planted tree. And in that moment, remembering the Psalms 132, verse 3-5, which said, quote, "I will not enter my house or get into my bed. I will not give sleep to my eyelids until I find a place for the Lord, a dwelling place for the Almighty One of Jacob." End of quote. So thus he entered his struggle. Without coming out of his cell, or he stood and prayed without coming out of his cell. For the rest of his life, he neither moved to the left nor to the right. From the time he had become a monk till the day he rested in the Lord, Saint Thecla Hymanot had not consumed food, but only was nourished by water and leaf only on Saturdays and on Sundays. He neither saw the sun nor the moon, neither winter nor summer. And this is a wonderful story, about Saint Thecla Hymanot. My brethren and sisters, such a royal, holy, and loyal saint, should definitely be taught about in our schools. I believe so. Yeah, man. We are being taught about monks of other faiths and people, but no school in the Western world, in the diaspora, have taught us about Saint Thecla Hymanot, or ancient churches, or even, any of our ancient monks, in Ethiopia. So today, I would like to hail respect to Saint Thecla Hymanot, who is plant of the Father, plant of the Son, plant of the Holy Spirit. Moving along, I would like to welcome our Honorable Empress Ozana to take over the air. Blessed love, Honorable Empress.
Thanks and well done. Give thanks for the segment, Royal Host, my Lord.
Blessed love, Empress.
Greetings, my Lord and Empress. It is with great humbleness that I welcome our next presenter. Children Rastafari from the tender age of 11 and the Bobo Ashanti Liberty from the age of 13. This honorable priest is a long-standing member of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. The honorable priest Rasavana Ashanti, known to many as Priest Dougie, have lived a life of service, not only to the Bobo Shanti, but to the Rastafari community at large. The honorable priest is a historian and an author of several books. He is also the co-publisher of the Roots Reggae and the Culture magazine. A true Garvey student who believes in unity being the only accepted goal, and Africa for the Africans, those at home and I abroad, Rastafari. So help us in welcoming the visionary, the producer, the man behind the scenes, the director of today's program, the Honorable Priest Rasavana Ashanti. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress, bless the love. Honorable.
Xavier Imasgan, Kebra Amla, Gadamawi, Haile Selassie I. Praise is unto the Almighty, Haile Selassie I. Give thanks, Honorable Host, for such a colorful introduction. I am humbled.
My Lord.
My presentation today is on the Batawi priests of Ethiopia. The Batawi priests are among the oldest members of the religious cloth. They are not of the Levitical priesthood, making them of the Melchizedek order of priests. The Levites, a paternal society of priests, are ordained by a bloodline, while the Melchizedek order of priests are ordained by an oath. When I make a comparative study of the Bobo Ashanti order of priests and the Batawi priests, the common virtue is the humble state of living, both practiced in their different regions. The question that the modern day generation of inquiring minds want to know is why? What is the purpose of living such a self-induced hard life? How has it made humanity or Ethiopia any better? What has it improved? Or is it just to preserve an ancient way of life? Is religion salvation? Or is it more fulfilling to be spiritually balanced? To be balanced, our spirituality must be. Blessed. To be balanced, our spirituality must be supported by our material achievements. Spiritual knowledge is not usable without secular knowledge. The purpose of spiritual awareness is being able to comprehend and use secular knowledge in a positive and beneficial way that serves humanity. The question we seek to answer today is, how do the Rastafari priests balance the ancient way of living in the modern world of constant change? So let us now unearth the mysteries of the hermit priest bearing the dreadlocks visage, which is an ancient symbol of spiritual consciousness. I now entreat your attention as I take you on a journey into the highland regions of Ethiopia, the seat of the Talbot. Sila. Batawi, the hermits of Ethiopia. The Batawi are an independent class of hermits who represent the Anchoretic tradition, modern successors of St. John the Baptist, rebuking all, including the emperor himself, without fear or favor. As Shemi reviled King David, so the Batawi have been known to hurl abuse at all and on sundry, including the emperor. Some live completely separately from society, unseen by all, their bones occasionally discovered after their deaths in the remotest of places. Others live in trees, dendrites, or small holes in the ground. Often they live on leaves and bitter roots and reduce sleep to an absolute minimum. One who have found his way to New York was taken to a mental institution after being found praying half naked in the snow. Those living in the wilderness zones on the edge of the empire had the effect of expanding the empire because they invariably attracted followers. Though it has long since disappeared in the West, the emetical life is still widespread in Ethiopia. The Cenobitical monks and indeed ordinary people regard the hermitage as man's highest abode on earth. And often monks seem fearful at the possibility of God calling them to it. In almost every monastery, there are a number of monks, perhaps 1/10 of the total, who confine themselves to their cells. They are described as the monks who never see the sun. They have no responsibilities within the community and do not attend the daily common prayers. Food is brought to their huts each day by a single monk permanently designated to the task. And the hermit only emerges for the mass in church on Sundays and feast days. Usually, their cells are within the monastery compound, though sometimes they are a short distance away. At Debradamo, for instance, hermits can be seen in apparently inaccessible caves in the sheer cliff, the monastery. Other monks or lay people can visit them if they can reach their cell. And even today, many of the rulers of Ethiopia, including the emperor himself, frequently seeks the advice of these hermits on both spiritual and temporal matters. Beside these monastic hermits, there are countless holy men, Batawi, living in remote forests and caves throughout Ethiopia. These men have totally rejected human contact, and if they ever visit a church, they come by night, crawling through the undergrowth so as not to be seen, as an admiring priest describes it. They live only on the wild fruits and herbs which nature provides. A few of these holy men are ordained monks who have left their communities, but mostly they are lay people. As another monk put it, God has called them to holiness from nothing, as Christ called Peter and Paul. Several characteristics of the Batawis of Ethiopia are contained in these stories, as recounted in the Mesafe Senkasar, the Book of Saints of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Batawis are called to their lives as renunciates, directly by God in visions. A Batawi may be, but doesn't necessarily have to be, a monk in one of the Ethiopian orders. Even today, men and sometimes women disappear from their workplaces or homes suddenly, leaving the world behind. They usually wear dreadlocks, long matted hair, and do not cut their fingernails. This is done as a sign that they do not care for their bodies, but only for the spirit. Batawis are Nazarites, as described in the Bible in Numbers chapter 6. Many Batawis never leave their caves, and as a consequence, their bodies are wasted and very thin. They perform various, sometimes radical austerities. All Batawis are monks. Most eat very little, often only a handful of chickpeas soaked in water, or a handful of roasted wheat or barley per day. Some don't eat anything at all for years, but live on the spirit alone. Some take vows of silence. Others never sleep, but spend their nights in prayers, prostrations, or meditation. Some stand upright for years. Others sit in one spot without moving. As their name suggests, Batawis usually live as hermits in caves, far away from all human contact. What little they eat is brought to them by the faithful who leave the food in a designated place. Batawis don't normally attend Mass or other religious functions, but may sneak into a church alone at night. The aim of all the austerites, deprivations, and prayers, it is to save sinners from damnation. Batawis, both in ancient times and today, are known to perform miracles. They are not attacked by wild animals, may not be visible on a photo taken of them, or remain dry while walking in heavy rain. Since Batawis take their authority directly from God and do not need to answer to any abbot or bishop, they are mystics rather than religious practitioners. Even in the West, mystics and prophets such as Saint Francis of Assisi have often criticized the church for its love of wealth and secular power. And yet, Batawis such as Gebre, Memphis, Kedus are today revered as saints. The mystic Batawi is the correction rod that keeps the established church from forgetting all its principles, just like the Council of Elders. He preaches in the tradition of Old Testament prophets and is often persecuted like them. During the reign of the current Patriarch of Ethiopia, Abuna Paulus, many Batawis have been imprisoned and even killed for criticizing the church's arrangements with the secular government of Ethiopia. The Patriarch argues that the Batawis are hermits and have no business coming to the city to prophesy. They, however, follow God's direct commandments in their visions, undeterred by threats. Batawis are given great respect in Ethiopia due to their austere lifestyle and their mystic calling. Their dreadlocks appearance is understood by the people as part of their spiritual lives, which are truly separated unto God in the tradition of the Nazarites. The difference between religious practice based on tradition and spiritual mysticism based on direct contact with God is clearly seen even in modern day Ethiopia. Whereas the Ethiopian Orthodox Church follows the worldwide trend to water down its principles in order to please its dwindling congregation, allowing the shortening of the fast and the eating of fish while fasting, as well as permitting women to enter the church in trousers. The Batawis do not change or compromise. Yeah, man of right. Yeah, we give thanks for the understanding, you know. I'm saying understanding, praise God. When we look at the rough life that is self-induced by the Batawis, and we look at the rough life that I and I, the Bobo Ashanti priests of this time, you know, endure, we can see similarities in our way of life. Being that I and I way is an ancient order coming through Ethiopia and the ancient tradition of Ethiopia. This is the reason today we have focused on Ethiopia as the original tradition of humankind. Most, if not all, modern day churches are built on the one concept of God, the one foundation of history, stemming from the highland regions of Ethiopia, flowing down to the daughter of Ethiopia, Egypt, and then disseminated to the rest of the world. So we give thanks for this presentation as it enlightens us to our ancient past. Blessed Lord.
Give thanks to our honorable priest for such a presentation. The Batawi priest really, really glorified having such, you know, knowledge shared with us. You know, yes, as you mentioned it, and you know, as we have heard, it has so much similar ways of the Bobo Ashanti, you know, of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. So we are very grateful to have come to, you know this puzzle or this piece of our past ancient spirituality. Give thanks, my Lord. Blessed Lord. Coming up next is a video presentation of Dr. Lumumba speaking on religion and African spirituality. Royal technician, handing over to you. Blessed Lord. Video.
When you talk about religion, we are talking about a different thing from spirituality. Africans are spiritual, and that spirituality is not unique to African peoples. Other peoples are spiritual too. And Africans, whether you are talking about the Yoruba in Nigeria, or the Igbo, or the Ashanti, or the Baganda, or the Bunyoro, or the Zulu, or the Ovambo, or the Ovimbundu, or the Luo, the Agekoyo, they are spiritual because they believe and recognize that they are temporal beings and that there is a superior being. That is spirituality, knowing that as a mortal being, you have limitations and that there is an immanent creator. That is to be contradistinguished from religion. What the colonizers brought was religion, spirituality packaged in man-made forms. And that is why, therefore, you have things like Roman Catholic. You have organizations such as the Anglican Church, the Presbyterian Church, the Episcopalian Church, the Methodist Church. That is religion. Religion is organization of spirituality into a formal thing, which is then controlled by man, claiming to represent God. Africans are therefore spiritual. And I do not want the word spirituality to be used as if it were a synonym of religion. Part of the reason why we talk about religion, I know there is a Kenyan called Mbiti who has written a lot about African spirituality, and he says that Africans are notoriously religious. And that to me is a misconception. It is not uniquely Africa. If you go to other civilizations, go to the Hindus, and you read Hindu epics such as the Mahabharata or the Ramayana, you see how spiritual they are. If you go to the Jews and you go to the Talmuds and you look at the history of Judaism, and if you go to the Arabs and see the Quran and you read the Hadiths, you see spirituality. And when you come to African communities, you see spirituality. Who called it black magic? It is African religion and spirituality that other civilizations, particularly the whites and the Arabs, characterize as black magic. There is nothing black about it, and there is nothing magic about it. It is their way of communication with God. Every other civilization has dark powers, and those dark powers are the ones sometimes that are characterized as witchcraft. And if you want to know that these are known to all civilization, they have a word for it. Whenever you see that a society has a word for something, it means that they are familiar and that they practice that thing. So I don't want us to use the word black magic. If it is magic and witchcraft, let it just be witchcraft. And that is only so if you are speaking in English. If I were to be speaking in Chinyanja or Chichewa or Kihaya or Kizanaki, I would use different words. So let us sometimes also recognize very quickly that because we are defining ourselves in a foreign language, we carry the baggage of the use of those languages in a condescending manner. And part of the process of decolonizing African minds is to ensure that we are not yoked by words which are derogatory of the African peoples. It is true that when Christians embrace Christianity and Islam, and indeed any other peoples who have embraced religion, there have been extremes and cults have come about. And let me give you a historical context. What has happened in Shakahola is not something that is unique or without precedent. In 1978, there was the Georgetown, Guyana massacres, where 900 people thereabout died with the Reverend Jim Jones. That was an apocalyptic movement in Georgetown, Guyana. We don't talk about it. And we also remember that in Waco, in Texas, the Branch Davidians of David Koresh also were subjected to the same thing. So if you look throughout history, it is not true that Shakahola is without precedent. It follows on a tradition that occurs when a people have been confused, and these are doomsday cultic situations that emerge periodically. And if you want me to go to the Bible a little, there are actually predictions of them. If you read the book of Matthew at chapter 24, verse 24, it says that in the last day there shall come many Christs, or who claim to be Christ, and they shall work wonders. And if it were possible, even the very elect would be confused. Because the human spirit and the human mind is always looking for solutions, and these cultic leaders are capable of confusing people and telling them that if you follow this path, then all your problems should be and will be solved. And history is replete with that. If you look at the Crusades in the Roman Catholic Church, you look at the Inquisitions in the churches, you look at all these religions, there have always been individuals who have succeeded in persuading fellow men that they enjoy extraordinary powers and that they are the pathway to eternal life. It is our duty, therefore, to educate the people. The people must be educated and the people must be independent, because one of the greatest maladies in human affairs is ignorance. The great German Dietrich Bonhoeffer said that one of the greatest things in human history is to have a people who are laboring under ignorance. They become impervious to reason, they are susceptible to manipulation, and history is replete with individuals who capitalize and use ignorance as a tool of manipulation. Shakahola is an example which is now unique to Kenya. Religion is a big business. That is a multi-billion-dollar industry. When that Jewish philosopher, some call him latter-day prophet Malcolm X, not Malcolm X, Karl Marx, when Karl Marx said that religion is an opiate for the poor, what it meant is that religion can be used to intoxicate individuals who are ignorant, individuals who have no hope, and create an environment where they can be subjected to abuse. And when they are subjected to abuse, those who are in control of their minds will invariably ask for material things. It is a wonder that those who want to take you to heaven, those who want you to starve to death, are themselves not starving to death. Those who are telling you that material things are not necessary, they tell you, keep your treasure in heaven where there are no moths and where there is no rust. But they themselves are accumulating those material things. Religion has become a big business, multi-billion-dollar business. And that is why you see these latter-day husband and wife formations, where the greatest thing that they preach about is the tithes and offerings. And yet we know the context in which tithes and offerings were given even in the Judaistic tradition and in the early days of Christianity. And it is incumbent upon individuals to ensure that they shield themselves from such manipulators and such spiritual manipulators who promise heaven and deliver nothing. They are there. If you look at African spirituality, there is a lot of wisdom to be found. And I am a deliberate student of comparative religion. And I am convinced that the God of the Agikoyo is the same God that the Jews are worshiping. I'm convinced that the God of the Zulus is the same God that the Indians are worshiping. I'm convinced that the God of the Temne and the Mende is the same God that is being worshipped throughout. And he manifests himself in different ways and communicates with people in different ways. The only thing that happened is that the colonialists, when they came here, persuaded us that our God is no God. He persuaded us that our way of doing things is heathen. He persuaded us that their God was superior. He persuaded us that they are the ones who must create the Pope, they must create the cardinals, they must create the bishops, they must create the provost, they must create the deacons, and we swallowed it line, hook, and sinker. We are now going through a phase of spiritual rediscovery. If you look at some of the religions and you look at the manner in which they were founded, you'll be amazed. Whether it's the Roman Catholic Church or the Anglican Church, which was founded in 1533 and 1534, to allow King Henry VIII to divorce Catherine of Aragon and to marry Anne Boleyn. So we know this history, and now that we are getting this enlightenment, one is saying that there is need to recognize that throughout the ages, God has communicated to his people through different peoples, including such as prophets recognized in the Jewish tradition, and I believe that even in the African tradition, and Africans have had that. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, we had Simon Kimbangu, who created the Kimbanguist movement. We had Donna Beatrice Kimpavita, who also created a religion, and we have had them throughout the ages. One of the weaknesses that we have had in Africa in the recent past is that we don't write, we don't record all these things. The strength of the other religions, such as Judaism, such as Christianity, such as Islam, or Hindu, or Shintoism, is because they have recorded these things in writing. Therefore, there is a point of reference, while our tradition has been oral, and because of its oral nature, it's not susceptible or does not lend itself to being dealt with in the manner that it should be, that is, dealt with seriously. There is a sense in which when you look at development in its totality, and I think it is Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere who said it very well, that when we talk about development, we are not simply talking about roads and buildings and other things. Those are important. But we are talking about the development of the human person so that they have self-esteem, so that they are able to be aware of who they are, and they know what they are and who their God is and how to relate with that God. But religion, as we practice in Africa today, is indeed one of the factors that is undermining African development. I remember myself saying at a different setting that prayers without action is superstition. Today, you see in many African countries, factories are being closed and they are being converted into church buildings. You see many critical institutions which ought to run being converted into church houses where no productivity is there. There is no production at all. It's just consumption and the collection of tithes and offerings. And the things that we ought to do for ourselves, we are praying and fasting. We are praying and fasting so that we may make cars, praying and fasting so that we may get into the technological world. I've said it and I repeat it, the things that require technology will never be earned through theology. Theology has its place and technology has its place. And in Africa, we are, in my view, even disobeying God himself. If you look at the Christian Bible, it says, go ye and subdue the world, it says. And it says, by the sweat of thy brow, thou shalt live. How can you pray and fast and expect to compete? The Chinese are praying to their God, the Japanese, the Koreans, the others, but they are engaged in research because research is about God. If God says that he has created you in his own image and has given you a brain to think, how then do you think that God is going to supply you with manna and quail? I say sometimes half in jest and half seriously as a term of art, that if there was a kitchen where they were making manna in heaven and making quail, roasting quail and dropping them to man on earth, that kitchen was closed, never to be opened. It is manipulation once again. In the name of religion, men have killed, men have maimed, men have done terrible things in the name of religion. The Christian religion had its crusades where men and women were killed, women were raped in the name of religion. During the Inquisitions in Spanish, men were punished. Copernicus and others were excommunicated simply because they say the world was round rather than flat as it was believed in those days. In the name of religion, slavery had been instituted. The apartheid regime in South Africa was instituted by the Dutch Reformed Church with reference to the Bible. In the name of religion, Muslims have killed throughout the Maghreb. In the name of religion, we have seen both institutions and groups such as Al-Shabaab and Boko Haram, and we have seen the Taliban kill people in the name of religion. That is a misunderstanding of religion. And if you ask many of these fellows who speak in the name of religion, they don't even understand what they are reading. They are manipulated. I remember at one time during the period when there was a fatwa against Salman Rushdie, one of the people who wanted to kill him was asked, have you ever read any of the books of Salman Rushdie? Said, I've never read them and I had not even heard of him. But why do you want to kill him? Because an imam has issued a fatwa. Ignorance is one of the things that leads to religious intolerance and extremism. You know, religion, even atheists are religious in their own stupid way. They believe that they create themselves. So religion will always be there. Man and man's spirit will always be in search of something transcendental. It is organized religion that we are talking about. And I believe that the relationship between man and God is a very personal relationship. If one wants to participate through organized religion, we give them the freedom. That is why the constitutions in many countries of the world say freedom of conscience. You can choose to pray in your own bedroom. We will not interfere with you. If you think that you want to pray on Friday, that you are Muslim, so be it. If you think that you are Christian and you want to pray and worship on Sunday in a church, so be it. If you think you are a Jew and you want to go to the temple, so be it. If you think you are a Seventh-day Adventist and you want to worship on Saturday, so be it. If you belong to African tradition religion and you are from Dinia Musambwa or Legio Maria, so be it. The only thing we are saying, don't commit a criminal offense. If you commit a criminal offense in the name of religion, then the laws of the land must be deployed to deal with you firmly and swiftly. The human mind is like land. It must be tilled and watered through reading and seeking information. Man must acquire information. The only antidote, the only vaccine that you can have against manipulation is acquisition of knowledge. If you exercise the ghost of ignorance, that is the beginning of personal development and the beginning of immunization from manipulation. But if you have no information, those with information will put it in your mind and they'll make you a robot to do as they will. Immunize yourself by acquiring knowledge, sound knowledge, positive knowledge, and there is no shortage. As one great philosopher once said, there is no end to the making of books, and the search of knowledge is a lifelong enterprise.
Give thanks,
Ashe.
Royal Empress. Ashe, Ashe. Yeah, man.
With an Empress Royal platform, give thanks. The video is clear, you know, it appeals to I and I, where we are as a people, from what King Emmanuel taught us, you know, about spirituality, but somehow we have become religionists, you know. So this video and a show, as well as the other presentation done by everyone, can appeal to the heart of I and I to reflect where we at and how do we get ourselves from there. At this moment, because of the internet issues connection, I will reread the final part of the Empress League speech just to appeal to the empresses as well. Hence, the Rastafari Queen and Bobo Shanti as empresses of the 21st century can no longer be held back. The Right Honorable King Emmanuel placed the feminine energy in the front of the struggle by establishing the Woman Freedom Liberation League to take the battle to the system which hold the African nation hostage. Today, the female voice is fearless and relentless in the ears of the world, speaking truth to power. I empresses of the Bobo Ashanti order is today calling for solidarity among the African mothers globally. The time has come for the African queens to put aside their differences and as lionesses lead the pride to fruitful pastures. When African righteous people come together, the world will come together. His Imperial Majesty, Rastafari. To be read and continue, my Lord and Empress, and I will close with my closing remarks. And I give thanks and blessed love to one and all again. It was a pleasure being here with all of you today. Give thanks to all. I pray and I ask, did you enjoy this program?
Yes,
Yes,
yeah.
it was wonderful.
Yes, it was indeed.
Great.
It's what we needed. We all needed. Yes, so I observed the excellent presentation by all our royal speakers, and we will soon listen from the royal audiences as well. Therefore, I can conclude that the purpose of this webinar have been completely accomplished. Service should be by the means and end towards betterment for our community. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank the significant ones behind the program. My honorable co-host, Prophet Okito, I give thanks, Majesty.
Blessed love, Royal Empress, give thanks.
Honorable Priest Imesley, Royal Chair.
Majesty, bless.
Honorable Prophet Lamont, Honorable Priest Lamont, co-chairman, my lord.
Oh, blessed greetings. My pleasure to be a part of it.
Honorable Priest Aswad, my lord, we do give thanks.
Happy New Year's, Happy New Year's. That joy. We must continue. Give thanks.
Honorable Priest Rasavana, PRO, we do give thanks.
Blessed love family, it has been an honor and a pleasure.
Yes, I. Honorable Leader Empress, our beloved Mama Maisie, we do give thanks.
Oh, give thanks, Honorable. It was wonderful. I am happy to be a part, Honorable. Give thanks.
Honorable Empress Trisha, Royal Tech, the magician behind the program.
Give thanks, Empress. It was a pleasure working with each and every one.
Really.
Give thanks.
Honorable Empress Nicole, Royal Secretary. Verified.
Thanks, Honorable Empress. It was a pleasure and my duty working with the royal family and everyone in attendance. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress.
And for any name I didn't mention, blessed love to all the participants. And most of all, blessed love to the Father and our royal audience on the platform for giving us your valuable time. Gratitude.
And the princesses, Empress.
Oh yes, welcome to them. Yes, finally, as I close, I will leave you with a contemplative remark. Being in a place of comfort itself is freedom from pain. But when we subject ourselves to genuine discomfort and plunge into the unknown, that's when we learn to transcend the layers of our comfort zone, manage our fears, and become empowered by them. Ask yourself, how uncomfortable are you willing to become in order to reach your fullest potential? Words of our honorable prophet, Marcus Garvey. Let no voice but your own speak to you from the depths. Let no influence but your own rise you in time of peace and in time of war. Hear all, but attend only to that which concerns you. John, Marcus, Selassie.
Rastafari.
Give thanks again, my Lord and Empress, and I do pass the floor over to my honorable co-host. It was a joy and a pleasure spending this moment with the I and everyone else. glorified.
Glorify Royal Empress, give thanks, give thanks. It was truly indeed a pleasure sharing the space with the
Welcome,
eye
my
and
lord.
hosting the program with the eye. You know, really give thanks, Honorable Empress. Thank you so much for the wonderful energy. You know, give thanks. Blessed. All right.
Well done.
As I say, the human mind is like the land, as Dr. Lumumba said, the human mind is like the land that must be tilled and planted with good knowledge. You know, it is the only way to immunize ourselves against the manipulation of religious wolves in sheep clothing. So once again, I give thanks, Honorable Empress Trisha, for sharing that informative video with us. Give thanks, Honorable Empress Hosanna, for even sealing up the Women's Freedom Liberation League presentation. Giving us that clarity about the Women's Freedom Liberation League, as I say, and the Women's Freedom Liberation League is a cornerstone in the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. So we are truly grateful to come to such knowledge. In the previous video, we observed, where Dr. Lumumba broke down the concept of religion and, revealing its falsehood, while giving us a clear understanding of the concept of African spirituality, highlighting its benefits for the African people in getting themselves delivered from the religion spell, or what we would say the God spell. All right, so give thanks for these knowledge being imparted unto us today. Now, as we proceed in the closing segment of our program for today, I would like to give my closing comments, and by saying that what we have learned about our African history in schools from yesterday, years ago, are still shaping the minds of students in schools today. Sadly so. Subliminally inculcating inferiority into their minds and gravitating them towards a twisted understanding of our African spirituality. This psychic attack removes the puzzle that completes the picture of growing children to be heroes and contribute to heroic missions. And it's sadly that it's only a few who escape this matrix. This deep history of our forefathers, foreparents, foremothers that we have been hearing about today, and reviewing our victories and ancient glories of the originality of a tradition that we fervently follow. If taught in schools of Jamaica, in schools of the Caribbean, in schools anywhere of African descent, because of its psychological effect to counteract the attack on our children, this knowledge will ensure a greater Africa for tomorrow. So, brothers and sisters, give thanks again for your attendance. Give thanks for your hearing and your wrap of attention. My Lord and Empresses, I do give thanks and blessed love. Now, as we have heard, Empress Hosanna gave her closing remarks. Thanks again, Honorable Empress, for such powerful words, and your remarks, your closing remarks. Give thanks once again, and as brilliantly expressed as you have, said it, even given the closing statement from Marcus Garvey. Yeah, thank you. Blessed love, Honorable Empress.
Cheer.
As we go forward, I would like to welcome our Honorable Priest Ainsley, who is the Honorable Chairman of the Council of Elders of the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. Honorable Priest Ainsley will be guiding the open floor discussions for our closing segment. So handing over to you now, Honorable Priest Ainsley. Blessed love, my Lord.
Honorable my Lord, give thanks, Royal Honorable Prophet Okito, and give
Blessed
thanks
love,
to
my Lord.
everyone. Well, the edutainment section and the whole is ended here, ended that section right now. But we will take a brief moment to have a brief discussion. Any question, any remarks, any comments from anyone who would like to speak at this moment. We will have a 3-minute limit. So, my Lord and Empress, is an open floor discussion. And we have it for 30 minutes, and then we bring it down. My Lord, Majesty. Bless. Yes, my Lord and Majesty. So anyone is free, you know. You could put
Yes,
up
my
your
Lord.
hand or you could
Yes, my Lord. Blessed greetings, Honorable Chair.
My Lord.
As you see today, I'm wearing my Sankofa shirt. And you know, when talk is Sankofa. You know, when I feasted on the information that was presented today, you know, I remember a question that was asked to me because we talk about Sankofa, and you know, we look back into our ancient liberty. You know, I am hoping that it's not just looking back for looking back, but looking back that will help us to shape a better future, because we have seen so much of our original colorful story that will help to give us more assurance and confidence in ourselves. And I remember a question that was asked by one of my professors: is the future before us or behind us? Where is the future? Is the future before us or the future behind us? But quickly, just to wrap up in the time, give you her answer and her explanation. She said, the past is history. What we already know about the past in front of us. It's about it. And present is right here and now. It's present. So if what we know is in front of us, because it's past and gone, if the present is now, where's the future? She said the future. The future is behind us. I will take some
food for thought. My Lord, Majesty. And any other one want to say our floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
Oh, blessed love.
Blessed love. You can put on camera when you can put on the camera, my Lord, so we can see your face. Honorable.
Right. I don't want to see your face.
Yeah, so we say with this presentation, you know. Yeah, make
Right.
full advance.
No time to waste. I them can see your face.
I
try to open the camera.
Okay.
All right, just go through said speed still, you know, while you try.
All right, you don't want to give me no access. So may I just go through.
All right, no problem. Go on, Daniel.
Yes, my lord. Give thanks, and my lord and Empress, Prince and Princess, you know. Give thanks for, you know, this Ethiopian, you know, new year going through the earth, you know. Thanks to the joyful celebration, same way, you know. It was a kind of different celebration for me still. You see it, because you know, as the Kete King, well, I beat the drum, you know, the Congo drum. You know? We're not able to do it still, but give thanks for, you know, the informative, you know, all of them, you know, useful information of our ancient tradition, you know. Because when I look at those pictures, you know, I man just see I myself, you know.
Rastafari.
Yes. So it was very informative, you know, and it was coordinated, you know, the coordination of all the ones them coordinate, you know, from the chair to, you know, even to the co-host, you know, everyone, it was coordinating right, you know, so we can say, you know, the ones them really, you know, take a time out to do, you know, them practice and them research, you know. Man, give thanks for that same, you know.
Yes, I love.
Bless the love, my Lord. Give thanks.
Get out to the
Yes, I. So speaking from even how we grew up on the foundation, I think the ones them as young one and elders should have even take a time out to do these things same way, you know. More, you know, videos of our Asian past that we could have, you know, the knowledge of ones who are so dogmatic or ignorant to, to
It's a
culture.
start, my Lord. Everything have a beginning. So it's a start.
My Lord, give thanks.
My lord, make the priest talk. Make the honorable priest Daniel talk, and I want to hear the fullness of what the man's saying. Make him finish in meditation for me. Then. Speak, priest.
All right, glorify my Lord. Yeah, as I was saying, if the ones them would have this type of thing on the hill, then the ones them knowledge would be more inclined and open towards, forward in the land and how to even, move forward with the Asian tradition. Same way. Because as I said before, it's very informative, So as Priest Imley said, it's a start and it's a wonderful start, And we give thanks, the Empress, the Woman Freedom Liberation League same way, who really, play, a pivotal role in the Elder Council same way,
Surely.
Trust me, because it's wonderful to see the Empresses really stand up with the brethren them same way and even young Okita same way as a young man same way really, take part and yeah, I feel good in myself same even though I never really play a role in the program. But in time to still, because I know I'm a the king, so anytime I'm ready to touch the road and ready for overthrow Babylon. Yeah, man.
Our future is secure.
Ready.
Rightfully so, my brother.
Little Daniel, you lift your name, Maya. Little Daniel. Yeah, man. Little Daniel. Yeah, man. Give thanks to the
yeah,
eye,
man.
man.
That's man. So that's my few words.
That's
my, yeah, man. That's my few words. And I really appreciate it. I appreciate, love it. I appreciate it. I appreciate, love it.
My
love it, I am. Blessed I am.
Honorable Priest Daniel.
Cheer, my Lord. Glorified. Give thanks.
Honorable Priest Daniel, mighty patriarch, battles and weapons for God. Yes, my Lord.
Yes, my Lord.
Blessed
love.
Freedom.
Yeah.
Honorable Queen Mother, glorify for your eye boy.
Yes, Majesty, give thanks, to be a part of this wonderful program. As I listen to the videos, at the Asian time, I said to myself, the younger generation of this time should be really hearing these, watching these videos to see, what was happening in the Asian time and to get some knowledge, So I figure, this should be really impart to the younger generation that right now that will be tomorrow, So it was very, very informative. I sit down and I listen and I said, yes, Lord, this is very good. I give thanks for my sisters, the younger, sisters in the elder council. Marvelous. All of the items were marvelous. And I am very proud, to be a part of this elder council without a doubt. Love you all. Love you. Bless you.
Love you to Mama. Love you to Mama. Love you to Mama. The soul and the conscience of the elder council just spoke, my family. That was the soul and the conscience of the elder council that just spoke.
True word.
Amazing.
Blessed love.
And the floor is open, my Lord and Majesty.
Honorable priesthood, my Lord. Give thanks a lot.
My Lord, blessed.
Mighty priesthood.
Welcome, honorable priesthood. Give thanks, my Lord.
Majesty bless. My Lord.
Before the honorable priest go, honorable family, this is one of the junior elder them too, This is one of the serious junior elder about to speak. The floor is yours, honorable priest.
Honorable my Lord, give thanks to the Royal Ethiopian Africa Black International Congress family, through the Divine Church of Salvation, Give thanks to see that, and I find about the gumminess of the Father as a teach us about, If you can find a gummy love there, a love that kind of keep us together more, than all a different love, So you have many different type of love. So give thanks that we can find the love of our Father tell us to find, the love, the gummy love, that's keep us together, So and I give thanks, I've been hearing the reasoning from the beginning, and listening to the program for the Ethiopia Africa, for the Ethiopian New Year's, and I give thanks we create our own settings to I and I self as Bobo Shanti, where we can create our own unique way of celebrating our own history, and and we give thanks, so we can find a way that we can educate ourselves same way within such ardence of love and unity. We give thanks to Empress Lee, because it's been a while I haven't heard Empress speak, on behalf of the ABIC in such really, elegant way, So I do give thanks to all the Empress them who played a part, and it's been a joy to me to hear the Empress voice, I see that, the fathers tell us to put the Empress before, and we come behind them, So we give thanks to all of the work of the father I got through. It may be big and wide, but we're doing it one step at a time, So we give thanks to the unity of the Elder Council, to bring back, order, respect, etiquette amongst, the royal house of Ethiopia, We give thanks to the Elder Council to bring back all those things amongst ourselves again, and try and spread the love wide enough that the government can join us even closer together. So we do give thanks to all the settings, give thanks, for Kia, as the youngest Bobo as when we did Bobo Elim was youth to come up and me see him, come stand forward now with a joy and a proudness in myself. Work to the man of another generation I come forward again. And we give thanks to that, still go on and on, So we give thanks to all the settings and give thanks again to the Elder Council. It bring all them things at a possibility, So it's just word and works, So we do give thanks to everyone who join and give thanks again, for the Father, who bless us as we can be here and we can sit in and live in our reasoning and we can find solution to help ourselves, So
my lord.
Give thanks to all of that now. I'm a part of I own a company. It's in America and is in Ghana. That company name not DTA. One of the co-owner of them is the chief of Accra. Her name is Chief Nani. She's an empress. She have 100 lots of land, prime lots in Ghana, up in a hilltop, and she gave my company to sell them. So she said a lot of white people want it because of prime land, but she said she rather give it that the black people out in the Caribbean get a hold of it instead of the white people. So I'm just here to enlighten Bobo Shanti, say we have options same way to own lands in Africa. So if any Bobo Shanti interested, I'm here for you to contact. All right?
Honorable, yeah man, glorify.
Honorable priest.
Yeah, man, we're going to give you a link on that, Honorable Priest too. Yeah, man.
Yes, my lad, because from is coming from Bobo Shanti, we get it more cheaper.
That's my lord. Everyone go through the chair. Go through the chair. Don't usurp the chair. Don't usurp the chair. Go through the chair.
Honorable priest tooth, my lord, we never meet you, but your name speaks for itself and your works our president of yourself, my lord. Give thanks for the honorable royal priesthood, my lord. I priest Ainzi and I give thanks to me, my lord.
Oh, my lord, give thanks. Blessed love his majesty.
Rastafari.
Yeah, my brother priesthood. Yeah, man. Give glorify. Bless you.
Yes, my lord, give thanks,
And the floor open, my lord, and then press priest Nappy. See your hand up, my lord. Priest Nappy. You can unmute your mic and talk.
And this virgin about to speak is the treasurer of the Elder Council family. Blessed.
My Lord, love majesty. Give thanks for each and everyone, give thanks for the mighty program, all of the workman and workwoman that did them works. Give thanks, they did a mightyful job, and I have to applaud them, the Empress, them especially, just stepping up and doing it, we need to be done, so give thanks for each and everyone. Give thanks for this council of elders, and we just want to stay true to the task and keep our things rolling and try to do things for ourselves. Me I deal with my lord.
My lord.
Everything we have within due time, but we try work with where we have, pool with limited resources together and manifest the thing that we need to manifest, my Lord. But in the meantime, we give thanks for each and every one. Give thanks for the love and the priesthood. Years I don't see the eye, but everything is irie. My Lord, you know, I was always blessed.
Give
moving
thanks,
with
my lord.
you know?
Give thanks. Our journey was, was beautiful. You know?
Yes, my
My
Lord.
Lord.
You know?
Yeah, so yeah, man. So give thanks once more to everyone, and it's a blessed program, my Lord. Blessed
My
love.
Lord. Rastafari. Honorable Priest Mix, my lord. See, have you up, my lord. Blessed love to the Royal Council, the Elder Council. Give thanks. Holy Emmanuel, I. Selassie, I.
Jah Rastafari.
We give thanks to all the elder them and give thanks for the elder priests, the elder empresses, the younger priests them, and the ones that were coming and the generation to come see and where. We just want to give thanks for the education, of the real world, so that the younger generation can have something to hold on to, something to call our own, something that we can express the behavior of God in flesh again. Just giving thanks that this education can be true, it can be rich, it can be alive, and all of us can partake within this living salvation, making ourselves a living sacrifice unto the living God and the living King. Glorify all the items, because we need each other in this time as we re-invite in heaven on earth into our life, and as this elder council bringing it together, we just applaud the item, for all the good works and all the good deeds. And we pray that this strength to strength can be a reality, and that we can really get this organization and this unity together, because we need each other. One hand help the other, and two hand wash the face. So the elders is to lead, and I give them here to strengthen, So peace and love to everyone, and continue the good work. And then we see what we can do and put our intelligence together so we can see the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress move forward. Peace and love to one and all. Emmanuel, I. Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Honorable Priest Mix. Honorable Empress is from New York. Honorable. My lord.
Honorable Priest Mix, heal up the eye fleshy too, the Honorable Priest Merle. Strength and power.
Man. I'm supposed to debut, man. You could have unmute the mic, man. I'm debut, man.
Tell him to unmute and touch a sound, man. But I love hearing him sound.
Well, I'm probably in a position where he can't unmute the mic right now. But I'm there, man. I'm a listen, man.
Give thanks. Well, just bless him strong. Bless up my virgins.
Love to
all
the world.
family
Live in love and
Pandayense.
let
Just
love
bless up all family Pandayense, my lad. All the Bobo Ashanti and Rastafari family.
Empress Trisha.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for all things gone through. Honorable Empresses, you did a wonderful job. Priest Okito, wonderful job. I just wanted to let them know that on my end, you know that whenever God was so the power decided to go on me today, a few minutes ago. So the ending part of the last video would not be able to be shown, and the photos with the princesses, but it is still recording live, and it is still live streaming live. Thanks. Continue, beautiful program.
That's all right. Honorable Priest Evans, my lord.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Royal Council. Give thanks for each and every one, and, give thanks for the collective works. Give thanks for the coordination, the cooperation. Thanks for the researching. Give thanks for each and every one contributing, and I hope we can just keep up the good works. Continue to educate and
We're not hearing your Priest Evans.
I thought it was me.
Priest Evans.
Yeah, them kind of current thing,
Yeah. Well,
why them low voltage?
Why them come on and anyone else can come on and comment or remark, a word? Anyone? Freedom. Pre-7?
Well, if everyone is hesitant or waiting to come in, I will just say my little part. Honorable, in the item watching that video of the Cliff Churches and hearing the history of the Honorable Patriarch Saint Tekla Hymanot, I want the item to really take reference to it, you know. Those are abnormal feats that man have done, you know. The man stand up in a little space for how many years, don't move. Not a day, not an hour, not 2 hours, years. Seeing, proving his faith. Seeing, what are I and I willing to do to really prove I and I faith and establish I and I faith? You know, as a house of priests, you know, we always, you know, declare ourselves a certain way. But this is a chance for I and I to do some introspection and look seriously at I and I liberty and really take a stock of who I and I is, what I and I duties are supposed to be among our communities, you know, the role that we are supposed to be, that we are supposed to play. Now, the Royal Empresses, I man glorify the strength of the Empresses on this platform. They have stepped into the 21st century with authority. And that is needed in this time to bring the balance energy to what I and I do. I and I father saw the reality of it. I and I often say, and we have said on this platform and in this program, the father said, put the Empresses up front. So it is time for I and I now to empower them with the tools of education and knowledge, that when they step on the stage of world affairs, they can represent I and I in a most positive, upright, and commanding way. So give thanks to the Women's Freedom Liberation League of the EABIC, standing in unity with the women of the world, the Black woman them of the world, other organizations like the African National Congress, Women's League, who also have stood up with I and I to bring down apartheid. And we're standing strong right now to establish authority and government in the continent. So we glorify. It is time I and I look at our real roles, my lord, you know, and it's not just about the religious part of things. It's about that holistic way in which we have to approach the thing. Church, state, government. We are governmental, parliamental, churchical, sabbatical. We have to define that and know what that constitutes. Yeah, man, that's my few words. Give thanks, family. Beautiful.
Honorable priest, give thanks for your words, my Lord. Well chosen, well spoken. And as we're going along, we don't want to be tarrying too long on one thing. So if anyone else not have no words or comments to say, you know, and I would even close off the open.
Honorable Prince.
Bless. Blessed.
Our power thing Africa.
Yeah.
But the best is yet to come, you know. Family, I don't want them gonna wear. The best is yet to come. There's 2 princesses that are coming up that will blow the item away. The best is still yet to come.
We do things not enough done until it's done. So, Empress Trisha, what you were saying? All right, I guess. Yes, my Lord Empress. So we give thanks again for all the participation. You know, truly give thanks for, you know, the royal panel that put forward such coordinated works. You know, it had to be practiced and rehearsed for it to come smooth like that. And as we said, nothing will come without an effort. So we give thanks for the mighty effort of each and everyone, Royal Secretary, the royal two co-hosts. You know, we're seeing that our future, you know, it's not as started as how they would have seemed to be. We have a
True,
secure,
my lord.
we have a secure future. We just have
True, my
to
lord.
stand up for it. And I even taken this moment here, seeing that we have so much even participants right now, that I could my phone, that I could even ask the royal technician if she could have put up the mission statement of the
I don't think she have power. I don't think she have no power. She can't put up anything at this time. Until
all right.
she out of power.
So in that case, we can go forward with Empress Miriam chorus.
Yes, no, yeah. Yes, my lord. So at this moment, we'll call on Empress Miriam to give us a closing chorus, the royal, you know, Queen Mother, you know, amongst I and I. Truly, you know, truly we are blessed with the presence of such a royal Omega, you know, standing
Truly,
within
my
us
lord.
fresh. So sometimes we tight-lipped to get one praise, and when someone do something we not like, we ready for run up in mouth. So we're not tight-lipped in the council of elders, you know what I mean? And we shower each other with the necessary and, you know, praises that they deserve from their works. And Empress Maisie deserve everything you hear them say about her. She has proven herself time and time again. So beloved Mother Mary, Mother Miriam, you know, the floor is yours with your angelic voice. Majesty bless.
Oh, give thanks, Honorable Chair, Honorable Priest Ainsley, glorify Majesty. And our chorus at this time, everyone have to know. So we're going to sing and tell everyone who Negus is. Yes, give thanks. Everyone have to know. Everyone have to know. And everyone has to know who Negus is. Negus is the lily of the valley, the bright as morning star, He's the fairest of 10,000. Everyone have to know, and everyone have to know, and everyone have to know, and everyone have to know. Negus is, yes, Negus is the lily of the valley, the bright as morning star, is the fairest of 10,000. Everyone have to know, mighty Redeemer, wonderful Savior, Jehovah,
Ja, Rastafari.
Lord, the Empress. Yes, Majesty, do give thanks, you know, for such a wonderful program. Give thanks to all my brothers and sisters, you know, the elders, the junior elders, who put this wonderful program together. It was well put, well edifying. I know I learned a lot. I don't know about you, but I know this evening I've learned a lot. So I give thanks to all blessing from the Father, you know, guidance and protection, you know, from our God and King, the Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Peace and love, Elder Council. Peace and love, family. Utter love, utter blessing, utter joy. Give thanks. Blessed love.
My blessed love, Royal Empress. Give thanks, Royal Empress, or Royal Queen Mother Empress Miriam, for such melodious singing. Do give thanks, Honorable Empress, you know. Everyone really has to know who Negus King Emmanuel is, for sure.
Glorify.
Yeah, man.
Yes, sir.
All right, you know, at this time, I would like to welcome the Royal Honorable Priest Ainsley again, our chairman of the Elders Council, to express his closing comments.
Blessed love, my Lord, Honorable Priest Imsley, please take over again, my Lord. Blessed
Honorable
Lord.
Prophet Okito, give thanks, my Lord, for the younger elders, you know, the mighty works and the consistency and the commitment, you know. I just glorify because they say if you're not committed,
Glorify, my Lord.
and if you're not, you know, if you never, you know, committed, you will never start. And, you know, you have to be, I forget that word right now. But anyway, we do give thanks and give praises for each and every one for such participation. And, you know, I would like to take a moment to give a closing statement, my Lord and Majesty. I would like to read the mission statement, but through technician problems, we would not able to, especially, you know, say what, you know, we stand for, even continually express it so it could be understood what the Council of Elders come to stand for, which is not to fight, which is not to break up, which is not to put down, but to unite, you know, in a moralistic value. So we continue. You know, the Council of Elders would like to thank all in attendance for taking time out to be a part of our presentation. It is our sincere wish that everyone enjoy the edutainment as we travel back through time. We hope that the knowledge gained will help our people to understand value and strive to emulate the greatness of our ancestors by acknowledging the divine energy between I and I as African people, and that such knowledge will help elevate our consciousness and eventually end the self-hate being acted out among the younger generation. We look forward to seeing you again when I and of the Elders Council endeavor to bring future programs to the virtual space in an effort to educate, motivate, and stimulate critical thinking. We hope that you have a pleasant rest of your evening. Blessed love to one and all, my Lord and Empress. At the moment, I will hand it over to the Honorable Co-Chair, Honorable Priest Lamont, my Lord and Majesty.
My Lord and Empress Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, Honorable Priest Imsley. To take the time, my Lord and Empress, you know, blessing all royal kings and queens of Africa that have tuned in to this program. You know, my Lord and Empress, I take the time to give thanks to the cast that has worked so assiduously to put this program together. I would really like to say my profound respect to the Empresses, Empress Nicole, Empress Hosanna, and, you know, Mama Miriam, our heartbeat that keeps the love and the light and the tingle in our steps as we do the things we do, keep the council going.
Empress Trisha.
Empress Trisha.
Our technician that has been the cog in the wheel, because all that happens could not have happened without her, putting all these media and visuals together. We give her so much thanks. She has been a great strength since she became a part of the elders, you know, and I give thanks to our director, Honorable Priest Rastavana, for the assiduousness with which he maintained the stick-to-itivity to keep just this program together, but the entire Council of Elders. His mentorship is unsurpassable. And we really thank the Honorable Priest for his continuous effort in this move to hold moral integrity and standard in the place that it is to be. We thank you. I thank the junior elders. I thank the Honorable Prophet Okito for his astuteness.
Love, my Lord.
This, you know, dedication to this mission, you know, for a young man, he has done exceptionally well. We thank you,
Surely, my Lord. Surely, my Lord.
We glorify our Father, King Emmanuel,
Love, my Lord.
you know, that really taught us such a liberty that I and I can have such a true conviction and assurance of the truth and the victory and the positiveness of walking with the Black Christ in flesh, King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, the Adonai God. We bless his name and we thank him that he has brought us to this love. I really thank all those who have listened and have been with us during this program. And I know that it is of help to other ones as it is to I. And so as I go forward, I say that the Council of being a group Bobo Ashanti comprised of senior and junior elders of the ABIC. The council was established to assure that the moral integrity of the Congress is maintained and that all actions are conducted with the highest ethical standards that were established by our founder and author of our faith, the Black Christ, King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. Jah
Rastafari.
All right.
Programs presented by the Elders Council are aimed at educating our younger membership and the general public about our colorful I story by highlighting the magnificent works of our ancestors. This, I hope, will serve as a spur to stimulate positive actions which are urgently needed to save our endangered youths and preserve our rich legacy of African culture. And I do hope that this afternoon's program was as exhilarating and uplifting for you as it was for I and I who have presented it. We look forward to enjoying your presence again in the near future as the royal cast of presenters endeavor to bring information not readily available and to share knowledge from a different perspective. Walk good and be protected by love, truth, and right. My Lord and Empress, Jah is love, let us all love. Heart of love. Yeah.
Blessed love. Blessed love.
Blessed love, glorify my Lord. Give thanks, Honorable
Blessed
Priest
Lord.
Lamont.
Mighty closing, my Lord. Mighty closing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Honorable Empress Hosanna.
My Lord, and give thanks again, Honorable Priestess Savannah, for the doors you have opened for the empresses, and for the youths. We give thanks. At this moment, I would like to render heartical cheers and ask the audience on the platform to join with me as we introduce the young ones. All right, my Lord and Empress. Heartical cheers, my Lord and Empress.
Heartical cheers, blessed love. Give thanks. Welcome, welcome, young princesses. Coming forward now.
Honorable
Blessed love.
Give thanks to you, my Princess Miriam. Yes, yes.
Majesty,
Miriam, Princess
Royal Princess Miriam. Go get them, princess. Go get them, princess. Are your papa this?
I am proud to introduce to the platform one of the bright stars of Bobo Ashanti constellation, Princess Miriam. She is a young life force of today and one who aspires to contribute to the changes needed to secure tomorrow. While Princess Miriam draws the energy of her older siblings, she's adamant about establishing her own personality, which will be evident in her closing contribution. Let's welcome Honorable Princess Miriam to the platform as we approach the closing of this wonderful program. The platform is yours, Princess Miriam. Love divine.
Thanks everyone. Blessed love. I am Honorable Princess Miriam, sharing my reflections with you.
Mute a mic, Empress. Mute a mic. Somebody mic. Need the mic.
As a princess, growing up, I've often heard their mother speak of the strength of our ancestors and how they endured great trials. As I listened to the Empress's reasoning and her testimonies, I realized how strong Empress must have been to endure in exile, away from her nation, home, and friends. We youths often take for granted the freedom to express, not really
Empress Adana, let you use make sure you use your thing now.
Yes, I. Pardon?
Make sure you use your thing is coming clear. Let her use your gadget.
Your device, your phone, or
And mute the mic
whatever
too.
device
Somebody
you're
mic on. You know, Empress, when you together, it does cause that static. Yeah, that's enough.
Because I want to hear her clearly. I want to hear her clearly. She's the icing on the cake, you know.
Too close to her.
Good times, everyone. Blessed love. I am Honorable Princess Miriam, sharing my reflections with you. As a princess, growing up, I've often heard my dear mother speak of the strength of our ancestors and how they endured.
Little louder, princess.
As I listened to the Empress's reasonings and her dear testimonies, I realized how strong Empress Mene must have been to endure exile away from her freedom, away from her nation, home, and friends. We youths often take for granted the freedom we express, not realizing the sacrifices that have been made to secure our liberty. The program this afternoon has brought realization and appreciation for my mother and all mothers of the world. I pray that when I enter adulthood, I can continue in the footsteps of those great queens of Africa, whose shoulders today we stand. Charm is deceptive and beauty is fleeting, but a woman who fears the Lord is to be praised. Blessed love.
Blessed love, Royal Princess.
Blessed love.
Love divine.
Blessed love, Princess Miriam. Give thanks to my little one to hear you. Blessed love.
Give thanks. This final contribution for this afternoon program is the old of the two princesses. Princess Isis has all the attributes of an upcoming leader. She is considerate, intuitive, and spiritual. She is very creative and a lover of arts and music. She can often be seen assisting her younger sibling, helping with homework, and is a mother's little helper. Princess Isis has achieved academic excellence and has earned many awards to prove it. Princess Isis, please grace us with your presence. Round 5.
I do give thanks, Honorable Empress Hosanna, my beloved mother. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Continue on reading. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where all gods and goddesses love to be. I, Selassie I, Rastafari. African people have evolved from a rich history with our ancestors who organized the first civil societies along the Nile Rift Valley nearly 3,000 years ago, and share their knowledge with the rest of humanity. Egypt, the daughter of Ethiopia, and the ancient matrix of power, the light of the ancient world, whose illumination created a modern world by teaching disciplines such as mathematics, theology, arts, music, and science, which are the foundations of civilization. Our ancestors, such as Imhotep, the multi-genius, was the first father of medicine and who taught archaeology to hosts of students that flowed from various parts of the world to the continent of Africa to gain knowledge. Although the great ancestors have been left out of the world's history books, the knowledge of the great achievements resonates within our psyche, and it's the motivation for our successes. In this present day, to whom much is given, much is required. And as such, we must endeavor to replay a debt by fulfilling what was begun by ancestors. We hope that this program was able to reflect and highlight their greatness and will stand as a reminder of who we are, where we came from, and our purpose for being here. The EABIC Elders Council would like to thank everyone for coming and participating in this production. We look forward to seeing you in the future at our other productions. Have a great rest of evening. Blessed love, Ashe.
Great princess.
Ashe.
Give thanks, Royal Princess. Wonderful. Ashe.
Glorify Angel. Give thanks.
My Lord and Empress, I now
My
pass
Lord.
to PRO.
Are we at the end of the program, Honorable Chair?
My
I just want to sing a little chorus for Princess Marianne. You know, when she was reading, I remember the chorus the Honorable Priest Bob used to love to sing, and every time he sang it, it went straight to my heart.
I could have never denied
And I
the
really
that.
want to sing this chorus.
I could have never denied the that opportunity, my Lord. Go on,
I do give that. Come in, the little ones, come in. Come in, the little ones, come in. I said, come in, the little ones, come in, the little ones, come into your Father's house. For I said, come in, the little ones, come in. For I said, come in, the little ones, come in. For I said, come in, the little ones, come in, the little ones, come into your Father's house. Holy Emmanuel eyes, bless God.
Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Glorify, my Lord. Glorify.
Nice, Priest Lamont. Glorify, man. Nice.
Glorify. I anticipated it would have been that chorus, you know. Yeah, man. Priest Bob is really remembered for singing that chorus, man. Give thanks, Honorable Priest Lamont. Give thanks, that.
Majesty
Also
blessings.
say man go man come.
Say if you see your table spread with lots of love, you will come to your feast today. Holy Emmanuel eyes.
Yes. And the door is open wide.
Rastafari.
You give thanks, my Lord, and praise, and as we say, we'll bring it down at this moment. So we'd like to call for a reverence in the virtual courts of King David, my Lord and Empress. Reverence. Holy Emmanuel eyes, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. His foundation is in the holy mountains. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all dwelling places of Jacob. Glorious things are spoken of the old city of God, Selah, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. I will make mention of Rahab and Babylon to them that know me. Behold, Philistia and Tyre, Ethiopia, this man was born there. And of Zion shall be said, this and that man was born in her. And the eyes in said shall establish her. The Lord shall come when he writeth up the people that this man was born there. Selah, Selassie.
Rastafari.
All my springs are indeed the black Christ, a man. Holy Emmanuel I.
Emmanuel I.
Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
Blessed be the ties that bind our heart in one creation love. Jehovah. Jah.
Rastafari.
Pleasant it is for us, brethren and sisters, to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious ointment upon our head and went down onto our beard. Even Aaron's beard and went down onto the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon did I stand upon the mountain of Zion. From where the Lord commanded his majesty blessings, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah, who seated in Zion and reign the hearts of all flesh. O thou most high eternal Father, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord. Keep and sanctify us all. And cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari. We share our mutual woes, our mutual burdens bear, and often for each other shed the sympathizing tear. Holy Emmanuel eyes, last year.
Rastafari.
And Empress, give thanks, my Lord. Majesty.
My Lord, give
Video,
thanks to
video.
the Lord.
Family.
Last music video, please.
Yeah, as we also go into the music video, just shout out to everyone who streamed on the live platform, the YouTube platform as well. Shout out to all the persons who were engaging in the chat, the live chat as while we were doing the program. So shout out to everyone there. Blessed love. Thanks much for tuning in.
All those documents have been burned. Them road of people talk rumors have been there. Because that's how we concern. Very future. Ale, 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 le yet in the sun. Le yet in the sun. Melo, sikas na tu. Bayi punan pasan. Akan bertakasi masawe samagat nukus kadamawi nukus kadamawi alay tarik hancur merbakar bone Afrikawi bone Afrikawi Judang besar aras kilo 6 kilo Telakwana Telewarga Lantapan La Afrika Arada tawa tu pebiasa Kadamawi nubis judang besar Kadamawi judang besar Hirmawi neto Hirmawi nato Yang derase rase Afrika Talk to the Father. Haile Selassie. Y'all tell you dance. Girmawinato, Girmawinato. Yeah, derase rase. Afrika Abba. Haile Selassie. Y'all tell you dance. Jomo Kenyatta Kurma Makro Kagurmawi Makro Kagurmawi Abangay Tabur Pokas Napikan Nabukit Mwangi Wonu Kadamawi Wonu Kadamawi Abroy Manor Kipuri Yang Patao Talat Helmena Baracho Helmena Baracho Akar Takasi Umasabe Samagat Kimawi Natacho Kimawi Natacho Judang besar aras kilo 6 kilo Telakwana Telewarga Lantapan La Afrika Najomo Kenyatta Yenaracho Telepota Katafari Makraulaka Samokara Pan Afrika Arada Tabotu Pebiasa Kadamawi Nubus Judang besar Kadamawi Judang besar Girmawi neto Yang derase rase Afrika Abba Haile Selassie Girmawi neto Yang derase rase Afrika Abba Haile Selassie Have mercy. Almighty Father, Him and the rule of the nation. So all we have to do give thanks and praise to everyone. United we stand and divided we fall. Listen how we say, well, Selassie, I call and listen, I say. He led us on the right away, Selassie. Start to go for maybe there's Selassie. They put your people up with me, Selassie. Them can't listen no more, no way to see. Long time me tell them, they never want listen. You have to face the judge on, you must win the battle. Him and the responsible make me nice and comfortable. Selassie, I Father, heard him like Almighty Father, Him and the rule of the nation. So all we have to do give thanks and praise to everyone. United we stand and divided we fall. Listen how we say, when Selassie I call.
Yes, family.
Beautiful.
Glorify, you know.
Peace, Dougie.
Yes, my Lord.
Before we leave, you know, I don't think we sent out a special thanks to Honorable Priest as well, you know, who was a little part of, was still a part of the, you know.
No, man, yeah, man. Big and serious, man.
We need to say, you know, to really big up Honorable Priest as well, because he has been there, you know.
Yeah, Honorable philosopher. Yeah, man.
Honorable Priest as well. We have to give him credence. Give thanks, Honorable Priest.
Yeah, man.
Yes, and love.
True word, true word.
Majesty, my Lord
Yes.
and Empress of the Elder Council. Give thanks for a great program, man. You know, we should be smiling and feeling good inside and outside.
I do. And outside.
Knowing
I do.
that-
Both in and
knowing
out.
that what we did, you know, it had me smiling like a holiday. I can't eat no food. All I could do is smoke, and I feel like joy, my Lord. I feel the item present with me now. I wish everyone was in my house and we're cooking for everybody and we eating and we just had the whole night in the yard.
With some nice Ethiopian wine.
Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie.
Selassie.
Yeah.
Omega
I and I, Selassie. Whole of the love, Bobo. Whole of the love. Whole of the love.
And give thanks for our listen and viewing audience virtually. Give thanks for the item. You can unmute and, you know, hail up Rastafari. Give thanks to my beloved sister and Sister Tria. I see you. Sister Tasha, I love you. See you. So give thanks. Our listening audience can unmute and hail up Farai. Give thanks.
Give thanks to the Roots Foundation channel on YouTube streaming us live, you know, for the program. Give thanks.
Holy.
Blessed love.
My Lord and Empress, blessed love.
Greetings all and deep massive respect. Rastafari eyes.
Me, my bubble up to each and everyone. Holy Emmanuel, that's
Yeah.
Rastafari.
Creation.
Serious Nubian, Carlene Roden, I Just Star. Guide can unmute and hail up the family.
Bless
Empress Aisha, Alan Turner, Dominic Royal. Give thanks for the item coming in.
Big up, I Just Star.
I still love my Lord and Empress.
Blessed love.
Yes,
love, family, love.
Live in love and let love live.
Serious Nubian.
Yes, Queen, give a thanks once again, Rastafari I section to all ones. Give a thanks for the invitation. Please, so much, massive respect. And to all ones in the house, don't know. I just,
yes, love.
I just don't turn a whole job. So once
True
again,
family.
you know, massive.
Respect, honorable. Give
Family, you
thanks.
can open your mics and open your cameras. Hail up the family. Love. Happy Ethiopian New Year.
That's Zulu. Love, respect.
No, first respect. And
My
if one's
Lord,
noticed that this year, the Ethiopian New Year was on September 12th because this year is a leap year and it is normally on September 11th. Give thanks.
blessed.
Yes,
Blessed
I.
love.
That's nice. When I was speaking, my phone checked out because of the video cam and I killed my battery.
Yes, I.
But it was the same salutations I was sending out, the same respect, And so you have to give honors when honors due, and give respect when it due, So I dread give thanks again, my Lord and Empress, for the program, and I hope we keep it up with we holy days. We have educational programs. Give thanks again, my Lord and Empress.
I'm only asking. They want to come and see this because.
That's it. Strength to strength, family. Strength to strength.
Like Elder Priest Bobby would say, man go and man come, carry the ever-living spirit.
So, man.
So true.
Big up our father, though, Most of all things, big up our father, King Emmanuel. I am teach us them things,
Holy Emmanuel.
All right. Rastafari.
Give thanks to Jada
Amen.
children, man.
Yes, honorable family. Blessed love,
Yeah.
I just star. Honorable prophet,
Yes,
I just star.
blessed love, my Lord.
Majesty.
Give
My
thanks and
royal
welcome.
brethren. Yes, my royal brethren. Good for your day, advice, fireman.
Come on, give thanks.
Share that picture.
Give thanks to the presentation. Give thanks to the program. Well put together. Really full enjoy it. And bless up everyone who participate and who was a part of it, making it possible. And I really give thanks and appreciate of the effort to, nation building. Marcus Emmanuel, I King Selassie, I Jah.
Yeah.
Rastafari.
Glorify the man,
Give
my
thanks,
lord.
Lord.
Honorable, blessed love.
Yeah, family, I saw if we live it, I saw if we live it, man.
Sure, man.
Love, Yeah, man, I saw if we live it, man. The whole of the love, this, Stand up, peace of the love.
Man.
The whole of the love.
Baba love, but you're very fine. Yeah, Sean.
Yeah.
Social living is the best.
You remember that one day? Remember that? Yes, brother.
Social living is the best. And that's why we feel that salvation that what we are
Yes,
feeling
my
now.
lord.
True salvation.
True, my
It's a
lord.
heart-to-heart connection,
Yes, yes.
Royal
Yeah, man.
telephone.
Yeah, man. Give thanks, give thanks. Building a solid foundation for each Mount Zion, It a clean and
True.
pure heart.
True
Rally
word.
round your throne. Rally round your throne. Rastafari is our righteous leader. Yes, sir.
True, man.
Rastafari is our righteous leader. And we know we
Yes.
must prevail. We know we
Must prevail, we must prevail, fireman.
And I'm pure heart. Like Ethiopia must go home, my lord.
Not true, man.
Natural.
Congress of stand, man. Stand, man. Congress live on, my lord.
Yeah, Jamaica, bless up. More fire, Jamaica. Bless him.
Yeah, bless the love, Lord. Honorable praise. Love God.
It's been a while,
What you mean? Bubble love.
Glorify.
May I tell Ja Daniel, greetings, Honorable Priest Daniel, coming from
bless
your
the love,
mom.
Empress Miriam.
Hello, blessed
Yeah.
love.
Yeah, man. Blessed love, mama.
Love Mr.
True,
Son.
Yes, I.
Hold on. Hold on, Mama Miriam. So who am I? I want son, you have?
Yes, my son too. No.
Oh, me jealous,
all of
Remember,
them is my son.
remember, say the God say my jealous God, Remember, say the God say me that jealous God, me jealous too,
All right. Love is for equality. Love is for one and for all. No jealousy
mama,
here.
aye, mama, aye, mama, aye,
Yeah,
mama.
but we share the love from the one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Love is share. Love is share. Love is beauty. Love is kind,
Bubble love, bubble joy, man.
That's true, man.
What a day when all of we meet at the conference table.
Aye.
Energy. Energy. Woolly pie
High
energy that, you know.
voltage. We're big,
Woolly
high
energy that.
voltage.
Yeah, man.
Bring back the love, them saying. Now bring back the love, my lad.
All
Bring back the love.
mansions, you know, bringing forward the unity and world peace under the order of righteousness, you know.
These are the things. These are the things make we more healthier, you know. Make we live longer, you know.
Not true, my brother.
When we share the love, yes, and spread the love amongst I and I, very true.
True. Are the healing power that, you know? Are the healing power, whatever heals you, love can heal it.
True.
That's right. Give
True
thanks. And
word.
while we have the opportunity, you know, to gather together, we still send our prayers out to our loved ones, our families near and far away. We send our prayers out to those who were hurt or died in Libya and in
Yes,
Morocco.
and Morocco. We can't forget that.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Hearts
Can't
out to
forget
them
that.
for real, yes.
Hey, and we're very proud of the African countries. We're standing up to against France and Russia and the rest of them. We want to force them into slavery all over again and signing themselves into slavery again. We're proud of the African state. Then we are stand up. You know what I mean?
And we stand with them too, you know. And we stand with them too, my lad. And we also stand with them, my lad.
Alongside them to stand up, yes,
Majesty,
sure.
Majesty, with all
And
due
resist those
without-
powers.
with all due respect, my lord, honorable elders, I think we should just take a moment of silence for all the lives that have been lost and the damn down there.
For sure.
Now.
Start now.
Holy Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, healing power.
My Lord, Majesty.
House of priest, you know. House of priest, my lord. House of priest, you know. Yeah, man. House of
And
priest.
goddess.
And goddess. Yeah. Balance. Give thanks. Balance.
That's what love. Trisha, heart of love and persistence.
Heart of love, mama.
The moments, family. Look forward to another moment. Yes, sir.
Honorable Empress Hosanna. Empress
One love again.
Love.
Love. And we love
Love, bubble love.
Yes, Bubble Shanti love, one and all, you know.
Black House.
That's all we know. I don't know nothing else.
Yeah, Black House.
That's a love to the house as well. My Lord and Emperor.
Glorify the moments, you know. Yeah, man.
Majesty.
Honorable Empress Trisha, give thanks for the skillfulness. Honorable Empress Trisha, give thanks, you know. Honorable
Yes,
Empress
my lord.
Hosanna, give thanks, you know, for powerful goddess with us, you know. Give thanks, Honorable Empress Hosanna.
Princess
Yeah, man, I
Miriam,
just want
Princess Isis. Yeah, man. Glorify the item, man. Bonafide.
Just giving praises for all the female
My Empress, you know what this remind me of? Something I remember, you know. What you had to tell you, you know. The more we are together, the merrier we shall be.
True word.
Happier we shall be.
Happier, mightier we shall be. Most high.
My Lord and my moments.
Blessed love, one and all.
Blessed Lord.
All right, so we're closing off now, Empress.
Yes, I'm just gonna run through the photos and then I'm gonna close it down.
Okay, okay. Give
Did you
thanks
get,
once again.
did you all see this one?
Yes.
This one, with the
Wow.
yeah man, with the Bawati priest them.
No, what are you looking at right now?
Miss
Oh, hold on
Osman.
there. Oh, this one, yeah. Yeah, man. You know, this time,
I
I see
thought I
that
would
one.
show that one in.
Empress Trisha, this is
Yeah.
Yai?
Yes, this is me. Give thanks.
Oh, that's a nice
Okay,
one.
you told me to that one there too.
Yes, that one there. Yes,
Hold
I
on.
am.
Empress Trish.
Yeah.
Nice put together.
Yeah, man, for real. Give thanks, man. Give thanks. Hey, Empress Osana, I love your energy, you know. Yeah, man, for
Thanks,
real.
Albert. Yours as well too.
True word, true word. Well done, Empress. Well done. I'm looking forward to the next program, you know, with the eye, you know.
Otherwise, my words. Otherwise.
True
Many more to
word,
come.
true. Many more, for real, for real.
And my
for real.
beloved babies, Princess
Guys
And your
got some
princess,
bright,
Miriam.
wonderful.
some bright futures in Trinidad, you know.
I
I've
see
been
that.
there for a while.
You know,
Love
you know,
God, Daniel.
I and I for really visit the camp again. I visit there one time, just one time, and it was
Oh, you
just
did?
for a Cree. Just when the Cree was about to start, I visit and I reach there and you know go through with the Cree and then head forward out again to go back on the ship. Cause the ship I just stopped in Trinidad for a little while, and I say now I make the Cree pass, the time pass. I'm gonna go if it's even for set foot and then step out forward again. So,
Well,
yeah.
okay,
I didn't have a
well,
chance to visit.
okay,